Welcome to Grand Style Dog Grooming in Tampa, Florida. Watch as our dog groomers give dog haircuts, perform dog nail trimming, dog bathing, and brush dogs' teeth in our pet spa. Hang out with us as we work, join the chat, and watch as we groom dogs all day. Hi guys, I am here with Lily. She's a long-haired dachshund and it is her second ever grooming. And we're going to take her as short as we can. Well, not as short as we can, but we're going to take her shorter and try to maintain her natural flat jacket coat at the same time. Right, pretty girls? Can you come over here and say hi? Say hi, everybody. Aren't I pretty? I'm sorry, you guys could probably hardly hear me. This is Lily, a long-haired dachshund, and she's going to get a fairly short trim while still trying to keep her natural flat jacket. All right, so we're going to start by carding the coat, removing any undercoat that will help tighten up this jacket and keep it somewhat short. Good girl. Good baby. This technique removes out any loose undercoat. We're not taking coat that's not shedding already. It basically just works like a comb. So it's just like any other combing and brushing technique, only the tool does a more efficient job. Good girl. When you clip the jacket, it alters the texture and it causes the coat to grow back in a lighter color with a fluffier, woollier, and curlier texture. So, in effect, you actually make your dog's hair grow longer when you're trying to keep it short than it would naturally if it were maintained with this technique. And the whole beauty of this type of dog is that flat jacket. Good girl. This technique also helps to prevent shedding. Well, that's wrong terminology. It reduces the amount of shedding that they have at this time because it's removing out a bulk of the shedding coat. Will it prevent shedding? No. It will postpone it for a little while. And that's why regular grooming is so important. And this is a technique that you can do at home. So anytime you give your dog a bath, you can comb its hair with a carding tool. This is a fine carding tool. It's made by Jody Murphy. You can order it at jodymurphy.com, I think is the name of the website. I'm not promoting her products or anything like that. It's just the tool I'm using. Just sharing it for anybody who has a dog with a coat like this. This would work for spaniels, setters, long-haired dachshunds, a lot of your wire-haired coats. Of course, you'd probably want the coarse and not the fine if you've got a really wiry-haired dog. Good girl. When you do this, you want to hold the tool at a 45-degree angle, put a little pressure on the top, and stretch the skin as you're doing it. Right? You're okay. I know you're such a baby dog. Yes, you're such a baby dog. Well, I personally was completely booked into the new year. So to make more availability for my clients, I'm going to be open every Saturday in December. I know I'm already booked, I think, on December 6th, and I'm already fully booked the Saturday before Christmas. But the couple of Saturdays in between, I've created some openings. And Kat, our other groomer, who's fabulous, absolutely fabulous, gentle, really good groomer, great with seniors, great with puppies. She has some availability throughout the month as well. She's actually one of the best groomers I've ever had the pleasure of not only working with, but seeing. She's fabulous. Love, love, love her. All right, Missy. Now it's bath time. And the bath will loosen up a little bit more coat, and we'll get some more out of there. But, you know, sometimes pet parents are a little put off when we're like, we really don't want to clip this coat because it can cause damage. And they think that it's not going to do a whole lot of good. Like if you don't clip it, it's going to have all this hair. But we actually get more hair off doing this technique than I would if I would have, say, used a 4-blade on her. You would have a lot less of a pile on the table, right? And you would no longer have this flat coat. You'd have this woolly coat. So much better technique and much more effective. Let's go get her into the tub. good girl. You're all right, Mama. I'm noticing that her ear is extremely red and has a brownish discharge. Looks a little bit angry, both ears. So I'm not going to clean them. I'm not going to use ear wash. I'll simply plug them during the bath and leave them be because they're abnormal. Good girl. Good baby. He's a good baby. You're being very, very good. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Good girl. Let me see. Let me see. It's all right. So not all dogs have the type of lips that you can really get this toothbrush in the back under the lip like this. But I find most dogs let me get their back teeth really well this way with little resistance. If your dog's lips don't hold the toothbrush, you can just hold the lip back like this and do that. But good girl. Good puppy. Hold still. Good girl. That's a baby. Let's go. on, baby girl. It's a good girl. It's okay. Good girl. So whenever you wash a dog with a flat jacket or a wire-coated jacket, the bath makes the coat flip up and look fluffy. That lasts for about 2 days, 3 days, and then it will lie down nice and tight and hard like it did before it was washed. So, you know, sometimes people are tempted to do more work than necessary on it, which would only make it look choppy if you did that. If you went in and tried to cut off those fluffy ends so it still looked tight. So just understanding the coat type and what causes it to fluff up. It's just simply the bath. Show dogs are never, with flat jackets, are never washed, you know, close to a dog show. Their ears and their furnishings might be in their tail, but not their jacket, because it would not be the right texture. I notice in the chat you guys have been talking a lot about grooming competitions over the last couple days. I don't talk about it often, but I have competed in A division competitions 4 times and had 6 placements in the 4 different competitions. And A division is where you compete against Groom Team USA members and world champion groomers, international groomers of the year. And in each competition that I've been in, those were the competitors. And I was very proud to place. That is big and all in itself. And I did it with hand stripping spaniels and poodles and mixed breed miscellaneous classes. So multiple classes. And I've also groomed well over 300 champion dogs in my career in all breed groups, including Best in Show winners and National Specialty Best of Breed winners, performance dogs, but my main love is pet grooming. I absolutely love being in my shop and grooming just everyday dogs. That to me, I'm more passionate about that than anything. This is my love. I find it so rewarding, so relaxing. I love the people, the clients, the dogs. I love the lifelong relationships. It's awesome. Yes, it is. It's totally awesome. So this is a coarse pumice stone. This is going to go through the coat and also pick up any of those loose undercoat hairs that are just sitting there. But it's also going to help remove any shedding harder hairs. This is really good for those little fine hairs that sit on the front of the front legs. Down through the shoulders. Because these areas I don't like to run the carding tool over because there's no real length there. So the pumice stone works best there. For like these little light colored fluffies here, you can take just the corner of the pumice stone, run it over, and it gets that little light fluff right off of there. Alright, so they want her short. All the light colored areas on the underside, the back of the front legs, the pants, the edges of the ears, and the chest, these can all be trimmed without causing any changing of the coat texture. because most of these dogs have one coat texture through the jacket and a different coat texture in the furnishings. It's a good baby. Use this one. She's a good little dog, isn't she? Since she wants to hang out on this end of the table, I'm going to bring you guys a little closer. Come. It's okay. I'm also a National Certified Master Groomer, and that program is through the American Kennel Club. And it's a voluntary certification that demonstrates the knowledge and skills necessary to obtain that certification. It's a good baby, you're fine. It's Duncan. That's a good girl. So I don't have that many dogs booked today. I've got, I can't even remember how many. I've got my 3 gonna get a bath. I've got a Setterdoodle and a Morkie type. The Dachshund here. And a Schnoodle. And a new Shih Tzu that belongs to an existing client, and a miniature poodle, or toy, kind of oversized toy poodle actually. That's what I have scheduled today. My 3 will be last. If I remember correctly, the Setterdoodle dog is a extreme barker. So it could get kind of loud. So anybody that I wash while he's here will probably be washed with the music on, because my tub is right next to his run. And that could get a little noisy. He's a good boy, though. I like him a lot. All right, before I scissor down these pants, I'm going to try to lay them down some first. So I'm going to use blending shears. Come here. So you can see how they're pooping out here. Try to lay that down by coming up under. A swipe here, a swipe here, and a swipe here. Comb out the bulk. And then do it again. This way it'll look more natural and not quite so choppy, even though I'm going to scissor it tight. 'Cause if I came in and just did it right on top, it might not look as good. There, it's better. So now let's do the other side. Stay. And basically that's going to help the transition from the dark color into the light color when I go to scissor it, because I won't be having to come up in like this. Bit of bulk there. Stay, baby. That's better. Our underside, I am going to clip her, since we're keeping her short. It's an area a lot of dachshund owners take issue with, is the undercarriage of the dog, because they're so low to the ground. They get wet and they drag it in the wet grass and all that. And this is softer coat, so I'm just going to come up in the undercarriage all the way up, all the way down. Just tighten that up. And that's going to give me a easier trim to getting this done. Guideline. Good girl. Time to make me some coffee. How about y'all? Y'all ready for some coffee this early on a Sunday morning? Stay. Now, work on the pants. So with show dogs, you leave a bit of a complete pant here. Most of our clients with the everyday pet do like this hollowed out a bit because it's cleaner. Good girl. This way. Isn't she a great little dog? Very nice dachshund. This way. So you might notice some light colored hairs I remove by hand, while others I don't mind trimming. So basically what dictates that is if the light colored hairs are directly sitting on top of darker, harder hairs. If that's the case, then they're removed either with a stone or just finger and thumb. If it's solid light colored hair in the pants and the undercarriage, this, then I remove that with trimming. Some diehard people who want to retain color will sometimes remove this by hand, but I don't do that. I actually like the light colored hair on the ears, and I like the soft hair. So I think the blonde is really, really pretty. But I'm going to trim it up tight because, again, they want her short. So take this chest hair up. Occasionally we do have clients who are adamant about having them shaved down. And I have shaved many a long-haired dachshund to look like a short-haired dachshund. And if that's what people want, I'm more than happy to do it. I just like my clients to be fully educated before they do that. And sometimes people are taken aback by the fact that I don't clean out the brown stuff out of the ears. And that is, there's multiple reasons for that. So if the ears look abnormal and tender, the skin is already compromised in there. So trying to get them to look clean actually causes too much rubbing, which further makes the skin in there angry and irritated. Also, by not removing the content, it gives the vet something to test. So if you take the dog to the vet for the abnormal ears, everything that's in there is going to be intact. So when they do a cytology or a culture or anything that they're going to do in there, they can give you the proper medication for treating the ear. If it's all cleaned out, it's changed the composition of what's in the ear, and they can't efficiently test it, so there's more guesswork in what to give you for a medication, because there are multiple medications that can be prescribed. There's a lot of vets will use like a broad spectrum kind of thing. That's a sweet girl. But, you know, especially if it's a recurring thing, then they're going to want to know if it's fungus, if it's bacteria. If it is fungus, what kind of bacteria. That way they can hit it with exactly what they need. Sometimes it's a combination of fungus and bacteria, so they need to use a combination product. So, and just say all that to say that, you know, if I remove that little bit of content that's in there, then, you know, you're going to have less of a chance of getting it healed up quickly. The number one cause of stuff like that is actually allergy. And a lot of times it's food allergy. So that's something to investigate. And then also you have, you know, they talk about water getting in the ears. The water doesn't necessarily hurt anything. It is the already compromised ear that's affected by water getting in there. But just to be on the safe side, I do use cotton whenever I see it. And that way, you know, there's no worries there. And then once the ears are healthy, anytime you give the dog a bath, use a good quality ear cleansing solution. After the bath, before the towel dry, fill up each ear canal, let them shake their head. That does dry up any moisture that may have gotten into the ears, and it also loosens up any wax and debris. But I never recommend or use it in an abnormal ear, because I don't know the condition of the eardrum. And some of these products are not safe to use in a compromised ear. That's a good girl. All right, let's trim up your tail. Good girl. You are so sweet. Yes, you are. You're just the sweetest little girls. Yes. You're just the sweetest girls. I like you very much. I do. I like you lots. You're a pretty girl. Look at that little tail. That's something everybody needs to see, is a happy tail, huh? Doesn't that just bring joy to your heart? I mean, seriously. That's the cutest little waggy tail I've ever seen. Say, good morning, everybody. Wake up, rise and shine. Got to get ready for Thanksgiving. Say, rise and shine, everybody's. That's a good girl. All right, I want to look at your belly because I see some loose hairs coming down from under there. Up, up, up. these hips a bit. Wish it was that easy to tighten up my hips. That's a good girl. Oops, sorry. Isn't she precious, guys? So cute. So cute. Yes, you are. You're very, very pretty. All right, I'm going to go text her owner. Then we'll get cleaned up. So cute.
Guess the dog breed. This is the first dog breed.
Soft-coated Wheaten Terrier.
Next one.
Oh my goodness, I'm gonna need to phone a friend. Somebody with big pointy ears and knees. I don't know, pass.
I'll give you a hint. Something Belgian.
Is it a Belgian Malinois?
Next one.
That's not a golden retriever, some other kind of retriever.
Something Canadian.
Is that the Nova Scotia Duck Tolly Retriever?
What's this one?
That looks like our friend the Samoyed. Samoyed?
What's this one?
That's a Shiba Inu. I'm Kat. Come see us at Grand Style Dog Grooming.
Welcome to Grand Style Dog Grooming. We are located in Tampa, Florida at the corner of Northdale Boulevard and Dale Mabry Highway. We have a large waiting room with seating for those who choose to wait inside while our stylists pamper their pets. We carry eye groom hair care products along with dental, eye area, and ear care items. Our boutique has fancy dresses and rhinestone collars to dress your little one in grand style. We have a large monitor that can be seen right from the front desk, where you can see each workstation, giving you peace of mind with our complete transparency. Also in the waiting room, We have charts to help you decide the exact length that would be best for your best friend. We have a kennel-free room for pets who prefer the comforts of home. Our groomers each have their own private room. This keeps the pets calm as they are not overstimulated by the things going on around them. Each room is outfitted with security monitors, UV sterilization for the tools, and the Grooming Safer dog grooming harnesses for the pet's safety. Our main bathing area has 2 tubs. We use foaming disinfectants in the tub after every bath. We also have an electric lift tub for the bigger dogs, medium-sized kennels, and large runs with glass doors in our kennel area, along with the professional bathers station. We have a well-stocked room with supplies for creating cute bows and bandanas in-house, and a comfortable break room for our employees. Schedule a makeover for your pets today. The long-haired Dachshund is a flat-coated dog. Flat coats require the carding technique to remove the shedding hair that is in the resting phase. Because this dog's coat is too long, I am starting by raking the coat with a dulled rake. I do not want to cut the coat in this area. Once the undercoat has been removed with the rake, I switch to a carding tool. Hold the carding tool at a 45-degree angle. If the shedding coat is left in place, it grows out of balance as seen here. This excess hair should not be cut, as it would alter the natural color and texture of the coat along the jacket area of the dog. This excess hair is being removed by hand stripping to retain his rich sable color. The hair under the ears and on the throat are clipped. I use a 7F blade here and a 5F blade to blend the cowlick areas. The sides of the neck are thinned and blended into the back coat. The soft-coated areas in the pants can be thinned from underneath to help this area lie flat. The feet are trimmed to be full and broad with arched toes. The tail is flag-shaped. Thank you for watching. We are grooming safer together. I'm waiting for my next appointment to arrive. They're only a couple minutes late, so I'm just fiddling around here as I wait. See if they confirm their appointment. We've got a lot of no-shows this year. Looks like they confirmed, so they should be here. I suppose while we're waiting, we could go make some bows and bandanas until they arrive. All right, so let's go. Oh, here it comes. Here, oh, that's a big schnoodle. Interesting. I'll be back. Miniature Schnauzer history according to the American Kennel Club. From fearless barnyard ratter to charming companion. A small German dog bred for indoor pest control accounts for the miniature Schnauzer's earliest days. With long, bushy eyebrows, a thick fringed silver beard, and an impressive mustache, the miniature Schnauzer resembles a distinguished gentleman with human-like expressions. No wonder Schnauzer comes from a German word meaning mustached. The only terrier without a British heritage, the miniature Schnauzer originated in Germany and is the smallest of the three Schnauzers, the Standard and the Giant. The trio shares the same bushy facial features and color patterns, salt and pepper, black and silver, and solid black. Delighting Schnauzer owners for almost 200 years, the miniature Schnauzer began with small standard Schnauzers, Affenpinchers, and miniature poodles. Today, this terrier group member is a loving and outgoing family protector and an energetic performance dog. The Schnauzer's lineage dates back to at least the 15th century, with artworks depicting farm dogs. Standard Schnauzers performed as herders, guard dogs, and ratters. These were the ancestors of all pincher types. By 1876, these dogs developed into distinct breeds. Farmers developed the miniature Schnauzer using small standard Schnauzers, miniature pinchers, Affenpinchers, and miniature poodles. The farmers created an energetic, agile, and athletic house dog. The first miniature Schnauzer registered in Germany was a black female named Fendel, born around 1888. Around the same time, 7 other females joined the registry, but few resembled the appearance of current miniature Schnauzers. In 1895, Germany formed a pincher club and registered standard Schnauzers, miniature Schnauzers, German pinchers, and miniature pinchers. The club held its first show in 1899. The miniature Schnauzer square body measuring 12 to 14 inches tall, a double coat with a wiry exterior and a soft undercoat, with signature facial furnishings which appeal to many fanciers. The first German breed standard, written in 1884, allowed for various colors in Schnauzers. As the breed became more established, the 1907 German breed standard added more clarification and definition to color. All shades of salt and pepper, or similar bristly equal color mixtures, and solid black were permissible, while all white, speckled, brindled, red, or bran color were false. The American breed standard in 1934 required light or dark pepper and salt, or similar equal mixtures, including red pepper or tan shading, pure black, and black and tan. The black and tan later became today's black and silver. Any solid color other than black has always been unacceptable in the American standard. Today's miniature Schnauzers no longer need to hunt for vermin in their families' households. Instead, they're prized for their playful, loyal, and friendly personalities. Miniature Schnauzers are affectionate and enjoy following you around all the time. I'm attracted to that temperament. Who wouldn't be? There are different styles that pet parents choose for their Schnauzers. If the dog is a show dog, they must be hand stripped. However, many people are not willing to have their Schnauzers come home from the groomer looking like this. This puppy was section stripped for a dog show. Once the hair grows back, it will look like this. I do not offer this service. The images were found online. The breed profile style is the most popular style done in my salon. The dog is clipped and retains the typical Schnauzer style. The fusion-inspired styles are cute, especially if you want a short beard and soft eyebrows. The mega coat style is popular with the party color Schnauzer community, as their breeders promote this style online. So next up is Winnie the Schnoodle. Winnie the Schnoodle. All right, Winnie the Schnoodle, come on. Slow down. So she must have been created from a standard Schnauzer and a miniature poodle, and not a miniature Schnauzer and a toy poodle. There's even giant Schnoodles where you cross a giant Schnauzer and a standard poodle. Let's see, your mom was going to text me a picture. So this is what she wants. It's kind of blurry there. Come on, focus right there. So we've got a rounded face, tapered ears, shorter on the trunk of the body, bangs, and pillar-shaped legs. That's a good girl. Good girl. Stay right there. So I think I'm gonna start her with a 5/8 HT blade. It's okay, Mama. You're just fine. I know. You're a good girl, aren't you? Stand. I was reading a post from a groomer last night that was like so over the top. So a regular client brought their dog in for grooming on a Saturday before Thanksgiving, which is typically one of the busiest days of the year. The groomer had a bather in training and a groomer not be able to come in because she was sick. So it pushed the whole day behind. And the pet parent called a few times wanting to know if their dog was ready yet. And got very, very, very aggressive with the people answering the phone. Like really bad. And then she picked up her dog and totally cussed them out. Then she left them a 1-star review because the dog stayed about an hour longer than it normally stays in the salon. And she said she'd be contacting her attorney because it took longer. And everybody's like laughing at her like, what? What are you talking about, lady? It's like, oh my gosh. And this poor business owner was like, how do I even respond to this? Because it's so over the top. Another one last week. There's a business owner and a partner. And the customer came in, a regular client, to drop off their dog. And it was first thing in the morning. And their regular groomer was returning phone calls, which is one of the business owners. So the partner, who had taken in the dog many times, and they really didn't think it was an issue, took the dog in, and the woman wanted to know why in the world her groomer wasn't out there to greet her. Was she trying to avoid her? She berated the partner, like really bad. And he said, I can go get her for you. She's like, never mind. And she took her dog and walked out. And everybody's like, what? Why? She's like, I'm not leaving my dog. If she can't greet me, she doesn't want my business. And it's like, the holidays are stressful. I mean, even traffic. I have a commute, and traffic starting 2 days ago started getting extremely aggressive. And it's not necessary to be so aggressive. Just calm down. Everything's going to be all right. I know it's a hard time of year for a lot of people. But, you know, especially when we're working with animals. I mean, I've had my share of these in the past where it's that type of situation. And people get very, very not themselves. And I understand. Like, I get it. But especially pet care professionals, when we're working with animals, we need all the zen we can get. We need all the soft hands we can get. We don't, it transfers to the animals. So if you make us tense, the animals can feel it, you know, and it makes them harder to work on because then they start getting scared, and it's like, you know, they pick up on it right away. And you can't not feel it inside. So the dogs know what you're feeling inside, and there's no way around it, you know. So be nice to your pet care professionals this year during the holiday season. Understand that we can get behind schedule, not because of overbooking, just life happens. You know, sometimes another person working here, if say I've got a big dog in the tub, somebody else might go up front and take your dog in. It's hard to get a big soapy dog out of the tub to go handle a client. I try to handle all my clients myself, but it's not always doable, you know. And the same with Kat. If one of her regulars comes in and she's got a heavier dog on the table, I run and get it. Or yesterday she had a extremely senior dog who's only been to her, this is the second time, and this dog doesn't like to get picked up, but it does really well. And so her taking the dog off the table and putting it back on is a no-go. So I handled all her clients for the 2 hours she worked on that dog. So have patience, be nice. We're doing the best we can. And right now, the best we can do is go to the tub. Oh, I got a customer coming in. It'll be a minute before I go to the tub. So I will put something on for you. Let's do this one, and this one, and this one in case it takes a minute. I'll be back. Hi guys, today I want to share with you how I make the cute neck collars for the dogs that I groom. After you cut the fabric using a pattern, use the hot glue gun to attach the 3/8" ribbon along the edges of the fabric. You can find the pattern on my website mentioned at the end of this video. To make the bow, use 1" ribbon, looping it over one time. Be sure to burn the edges so that the ribbon does not fray. Then fold it so that it is stacked on the front and a Z pattern on the back. Fold the center of the bow in, then out, and wrap your latex band around 2 to 3 times. Once the band is on, hold the 4 corners and give it a little pull to shape the bow. Place the pieces of the collar together, glue, then place the bow in the center with the glue. Now add a centerpiece to cover the band. I use 5/8" fold over elastic for the collar. Once the end is glued together, I measure it around the dog's neck to create a reusable stretchy collar. You can find the measurements for the patterns on my website at groomingsafer.com. Go to blogs and then to bows, bandanas, and bow ties. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you next time. Bye. To do her top knot, we're going to mist the top knot with anti-static spray. Comb it out. And using our rat tail comb, we are going to go about a 1/2 inch back, create a nice straight line. Missed a little bit of coat conditioner on there to help hold the hair back out of our way. And put our first band in. Use our comb to check to make sure that no skin was caught in there. Make our next line right about the front of the ears. Repeat the whole process. Push this down. Comb this up. We're going to put our second band right on top of the first band, about a ½ inch up. Like so. Now we're going to put our bow on. Very pretty. And then we're going to bring all the hair from behind the bow. Separate the hair from the ears. Make sure we don't catch any of the ear hair in this. Comb it out. And comb the section before. Comb it all together. Then put a band right on top of the bow. This holds all the hair nicely and keeps the ponytail back out of the eyes. Come on, baby. Slow down, big one. Can't see what your view looks like here, but I'm hoping it's okay. You're all right, puppy. You're all right. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. You're all right. Good baby. See, you're just fine. Yeah. Absolutely fine. Good girl. You're a good baby. Good puppy. baby. It's gonna smell so good. Yes, you are. It's gonna smell very, very nice. And you're gonna be so soft. And everybody's gonna love you for Thanksgiving. And we're gonna make you one of those pretty lace collars. Oh, you'll be so pretty in that. Yes, you will. That'll dress you all up. Yeah. It's okay. Oh, that did not hurt you. Give me a break. You're just not used to it, Saul. Come here. Come here. Come. Here we go. You ready? Good girl. See, it doesn't hurt you. He's a big, strong doggy. Yeah, it's a big, strong doggy. You want kissable breath for the dog park, don't you? You probably meet up with your boyfriend there. Yeah, you want him to see you smelling good and fresh breath. There you go. See? No big deal. Good girl. It's all right. Good girl. That's a good baby. Yo. Stay there. I'll be back in a minute. It's all right. There we go. Just have to get it ready for the next dog. Sorry about all the banging. The next dog's going to be smaller. I'm coming, baby. going to let her drip dry for a minute. She's on a thick towel, which is going to absorb some of the water off the bottom of her. And while she's drip drying for a minute, we're going to go ahead and make her neck collar.
The hair nice and smooth. We have thinning shears, which give us a nice smooth blend to the hair. These are texturizing shears. We have stripping knives. So say if I was working on a Cocker Spaniel or something like that that has the flat coat, we have stripping knives. These are for the wire-coated dogs. We have the stand blow dryer. This puts out warm air and it's really soft. And then we have the high velocity dryer for the thicker coats. So that's where all those tools come in handy. There's different tools for different coat types, for sure. Use 3 different clippers, which is a little excessive. Have all the blades that go with the different clippers and the different styles of clippers. Each one has their own blades. I have a ton of scissors. They all do different things. We have chunkers, which clip the hair nice and smooth. We have thinning shears, which give us a nice smooth blend to the hair. These are texturizing shears. We have stripping knives. So say if I was working on a Cocker Spaniel or something like that that has the flat coat, we have stripping knives. These are for the wire-coated dogs. We have the stand blow dryer. This puts out warm air and it's really soft. And then we have the high velocity dryer for the thicker coats. So that's where all those tools come in handy. There's different tools for different coat types.
So I had bought this material and then I got it in. It looked kind of like tablecloth material. So I've been just sitting on it for a few years. Just like not really wanting to use it. Till I started making these out of it. And then I was like, ooh, that's pretty. So I cut this shape. And it's doubled over, so it's the same size on both sides. So it's going to make a collar. A little closer, maybe you can see better. Let's see here. See if I can make you see just a little better. Let me try this. That's better. All right, so we're going to start with the lace. Put a strip of glue. Put the lace on. Put another strip of glue. Put this lace on. And being it's lace, you don't want to press down on that because it's hot and it'll bleed right through to your fingers. It's just enough to get it started. Now I'm going to put brown 3/8 inch wide ribbon on top of that. She's going to be the prettiest schnoodle at the dog park. She went to the dog park this morning. Her mom was hoping it would tire her out a little bit for the groom. Ah, come back. Here we go. Now we're going to outline the entire edges with ribbon. This will keep our fabric from fraying and give it a classier look. It's another thing to remember when your holiday appointments take a little bit more time. Sometimes we're making special things for your doggies back here. And if, by chance, you drop your dog off for grooming during the holiday season and you are really pressed for time, which everybody is, right? Let us know. Say, I really need to pick up so-and-so by such and such a time. Can you make that happen? And 9 times out of 10, we will make it happen for you. Right? We can skip the fancy bow. We can adjust our schedule slightly. We will make it happen. But you got to tell us what you need instead of just expecting and, you know, it being a little off. Because sometimes even just 15 minutes can really mess up a person's schedule. Especially like if they're working from home and they have a meeting and they got to get back. Or they got to pick kids up from school or meet them at the bus stop. You know, we just don't know what's going on in somebody's life. But, you know, and that client that did that to that groomer, their dog went number 2 and stepped in it and had to have a second bath. On top of everything else being out of whack. So, you got to have patience. But you also have to express to us what you need. And be sure to walk your dog before the groom. And don't feed it just prior to the groom. That helps too. Alright, now we need a centerpiece. Ooh. Been waiting for a big dog to use this on, or a bigger dog. Ah, so cute. And we need to make it into a neck collar. I'm going to say that she is a 15 to 16 inch neck. I'm going to add that much. Scissors. Where did my scissors go? Oh, come on now. I just had you. Oh, they're hiding. So you guys finally get to meet Milo, the miniature poodle, tomorrow. He'll be my last appointment of the day. Alright, there's her pretty collar. I might need to add some size to it. I'm not sure. I think it should fit her though. Alright. Alright, back to the grooming table. So she's presenting with behaviors that means she's not going to like the high velocity dryer. I am going to try it if the stand dryer doesn't work too good. I mean, doesn't upset her too much, but we'll see. Some dogs, the high velocity dryer is definite no-go, or something we have to introduce them to. If they've already had a bad experience with a high velocity dryer, it just takes time to help them through it. girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. There you go. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not gonna hurt you. Okay. Good. 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 over here. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. There. Good. Good. There. See, you're fine. You're fine. Good. Yes. Good girl. Good girl. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. Good girl. It's all right. girl. Good girl. That's very good. Good girl. Yeah. You're doing good. Yes, you are. You're doing very good. You're doing very good. Yes, you're doing very good. Very good girl. Very good girl. So I could tell by her mannerisms in the tub that the high velocity dryer was going to be an issue for her, which would not be the dryer I used. It's a little bit noisier and has a bit more pressure. And it gets these dogs dry really fast, but sometimes, you know, especially if, you know, they've had it used without something in their ears, or if they are covering their ears, or if they've had it done, you know, sometimes towels aren't used, so they just blast off the water in the tub. And instead of putting them on towels or wrapping them up, you know, sometimes it scares a dog, right? And if they've already been scared, then they can be quite upset if you try to use something like that. So the way I could tell in the tub is her tenseness as soon as the water came on, because the water comes from a hose like the high velocity dryer does, and it's got pressure, and no, am I already behind schedule? Ugh, either that or she's early. I'll be back in a moment. The teddy bear trims are for people who do not want the typical poodle style. Here Mia has a teddy bear trim with a very round head, sort of like a Bichon Frise on the head, short ears, a little bunny tail. This is very fluffy. This is Bo. He has a teddy bear trim with long ears, and he gets a shorter face than Mia does, tighter in the cheeks, tighter on the chin, a bit more of a poodly look. He has about 1 inch to 1.5 inches of hair. It's about 1 inch long on the body and about 1.5 inches on the legs. This is a fusion-inspired teddy bear trim. It's very flared in the legs. And this is the same dog in a regular teddy bear trim. He is hand scissored all over. The hair on the body is about 3/4 of an inch long. The hair on the legs is about 1 inch to 1.5 inches long. He has a round bunny tail and a cute round face. This dog is trimmed like a doodle. His hair is left somewhat curly. He has short tapered ears, a teddy bear mustache, and he's absolutely adorable in this trim.
Just do all her face.
You want the hair around the eyes trimmed a little bit?
Yeah, because look at those tear things.
Yeah. Okay.
What else for a Shih Tzu? I want her hair to grow long. Should
Okay.
you cut this?
No. Maybe a little under the tail and around her private, so she doesn't get so dirty.
Her private,
And around her feet and the bottom of her feet.
And can you cut her nails at
Yes.
Because her nails are so sharp. And on her face.
Okay.
And leave her ears.
She's precious.
She got a little flip, like a flip right
That'll
there.
grow out.
Yeah, so I want all that, yeah.
Okay. What's her name?
Chichi.
Chichi.
Chichi Carissa. That's my brother's moment.
I'll text you as soon as she's ready.
Bring him in. You can look at the shot right
Yeah, sure.
there. Let me go get him.
Look at this, guys. Oh my goodness, her mom says she's bad in the tub. Are you bad in the tub? Most Shih Tzu puppies are. And we'll talk about why when I groom her. I'm going to need just a few more minutes with her mom. So we'll just put you here. All right, back to Miss Priss here. Let's see, that's good. Good girl. I think for after the bath, I'm going to use a snap-on comb. Let's see here. I think that's going to work better for you with all your flippy doos. You got a bunch of flippy doos. I think I was talking to you about the puppy and I had my microphone muted. Her name's Chichi. And her mom says she's naughty in the tub. And we're going to talk about why Shih Tzu puppies are naughty in the tub when I work on her. That's better. So this is a sensitive dog. Reactive to noise, reactive to pressure. And she's doing really good. I'm very happy with her. She's a smart dog. Aren't you? So before I unhook one side of the harness to do her shoulder, since she wants to take flying lessons over here, I'm going to go ahead and anchor her first. So when I release the buckle, she doesn't take a flying leap. And I can unhook one side of the harness at a time and access the shoulder. And I can access the neck this way. Good girl. So a lot of dogs develop evasion techniques, ways that they can get out of having done whatever it is that they don't want to have done. A lot of them, it's rearing, which she was exhibiting, and also leaning off the table and trying to get off is a big one. If you have a neck loop on them and they exhibit those behaviors, the neck loop puts pressure on the throat. Even if you're using a groomer's helper, and it causes them to react more because the pressure that they constantly lean into, it's constantly putting something on their throat. So a lot of groomers use the groomer's helper products to keep the head affixed, which does prevent a lot of problems, but I prefer not to have something on the throat itself at all, unless I absolutely have to. Every now and then I have a dog who really needs it. I had one the other day. Maybe twice a year I have to do that, but it's for very specific issues. Good girl. It's a very pretty puppy. Good girl. Take this back off again because I don't need it right now. Give her as much freedom as I can. Good girl. So you notice I was using body blocking techniques with her while I was drying her. And that was just interrupting her pattern of behavior of lunging to this side of the table and trying to lunge off. So I was just using my body to block those actions. Good girl. Good. Good girl right there. See? See, you're fine. Good girl. All right. That's good enough on that. Let's do your pads. I'm going to go ahead and anchor her for her pads in case she rears. Good girl. It's okay. You're fine. Screaming is another evasion technique a lot of dogs use. If they can't get out of something that they're really trying to get out of, that's something that they resort to. That's why a lot of times you don't see me stop when they do that and say, oh, what happened, what happened, what happened? And start picking apart the hair and looking, because I know nothing happened. Right? I already know. You're a good girl. All right, no clippers on the face. And I'm sure there'll be no nail grinding tool as well. I'll just work around it. Eventually she'll become more and more comfortable with the process, and she'll accept things more and more as she finds out that we're not hurting her and that these things are safe. Her nails are already incredibly short. She must go for a lot of good walks. Huh. You look like you go walking on the sidewalk, probably around a pool deck, and grind your nails yourself. Well, that's very helpful. There was a couple that were a little sharp. Yes, that's helpful, isn't it? Either that or your mommy does your nails. Because you're so good on it. Does your mommy do this to you? Hmm? She takes good care of you. She's a good mommy. Yeah, you got a good mommy. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and leave her anchored so I can start on her face. And then I'll leave her face, do her body, then come back to her face again. That way we can split it up. It'll be easier for her. Huh? Because her doesn't like her face done. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Come here. Winnie. Winnie. Hello. Hello, Winnie. Good girl. Good girl, Winnie. That's good. Good girl, Winnie. You're all right. Here. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. That's very nice. This is the kind of dog that a one-on-one grooming salon and a quiet atmosphere is very, very helpful for. So that was another post I was reading last night where a salon owner said, if I offered you a job for 40% earnings, one-on-one environment with less dogs, where you did like 5 a day, would that job be appealing to you? Some groomers said yes, and a lot of groomers said no. They like the assembly line approach, where a lot of dogs get dropped off in different time windows, and then they all are there getting worked on. But a dog like this really needs this quiet environment. And so some groomers love working like this. You know, and it can get noisy. It got noisy yesterday, and it'll get noisy later today when Gus comes in. But that's 1 or 2 dogs being noisy, not 10, you know. But when you have a dog who's sensitive like this one, a quiet, one-on-one atmosphere with individual rooms for the groomers is a blessing for sure. Good girl. Because the dog can just focus on the groomer, and the groomer can focus on the dog. It's not too crazy in here. Isn't that right? Good girl. I like reading posts from other groomers, see what's going on in their world. It's like camaraderie, you know? Like all the girls sitting at the grooming shop gossiping, but we're doing it online. It's like, seriously? That happened? Oh my gosh. No way. Alright. I'm going to taper her ears. I'm going to taper her mustache into the ear as well. Good girl. Alright, let's do the other side. That ear is longer than this one. Gotta shorten it. Come here. Good girl. So Chichi, the Shih Tzu, is going to keep a full coat with the top knot and trimmed around the eyes. And it's so funny because this client used to have a Yorkie with a perfect silk coat. I mean, a small Yorkie with a gorgeous coat. And she never had a single tangle in her hair, like ever. And her mom made us shave her all the way down, like everything off. And then when she brought in the puppy, she's like, I want full coat. I'm like, really? Okay. It was surprising. Who'd have thunk it? I'm glad she doesn't want the puppy shaved, though. That's too strenuous on a puppy. You've been a good girl. I'm going to unhook you. That's very good. Yeah. Very good girl. Look at you. Your mom is going to be so proud of you. And she is. She's going to be very, very proud of her puppy. Wait. Good girl. And if you remove as many stressors as you can throughout the groom, it makes for a much calmer dog by the time you get to this stage. Stand. Stay. Good girl. Stay. Her smoky color is really pretty, isn't it? If you were a boy, I'd name you Smokey. Yeah, that would be a good name for you. If you were a boy. So pretty. Yes, you're so pretty. All right, turn. So last night we were talking about the way I teach the dogs to lay their head in my hand. I was doing a little bit of that with her, trying to either put my arm or my hand up under and let her find rest. And she was doing it a few times. But just now, I was teaching her the turn, and I used body pressure when I gave the command. And just, she moved away because I put pressure, and I put the word with it. And a lot of times, like I've been talking about this week, it's kind of like a dance and working with these dogs on the table. And a lot of the hand signals, the movements, the body blocking makes a dog move this way or that way. You know, that's kind of what it's like. And that's how I train them. Either with pressure to move away, even like my 3 dogs when they go out to go potty. So Gidget's almost 16, and you got to move her out to the grass, especially before, you know, she gets there and has to stop, and it's like, no, go. But it's a pushing with your body, like, go, you know. And it's the same on the table. And a lot of times that's just how I work with them. Because grooming training's a whole nother animal, you know, than regular dog training. So here I'm just putting her right back where I had her, because I want her to stay there. So without saying a word, I just moved her back into position. That's a good girl. I think she's getting tired from her morning at the dog park. I feel her starting to sway under my hands like, I need to lay down. So I'm going to give her some room. There she goes. Good girl. Hi. How you doing? Aw, thank you, Winnie. I like you too, babies. You're almost done. If you can hold it together and not need a nap, we can get you done and you can go home. We can start the puppy. It's okay. They're not going to hurt you. Good girl. The scissors won't hurt the puppy. I still got a knot up under here somewhere. I'm not sure if I'm thinking about the right dog or not, because Cat groomed her last time. But I remember talking to the client I'm pretty sure it's this one. And she had been to another groomer who couldn't finish her or didn't finish her. So she was kind of half groomed, if I remember correctly last time. So she had to come in here and get finished. And she did real good for Cat too. Cat has such a good way with dogs like this. She works with them exactly the way I do, and her hands are super, super soft. Good girl. See? She has a tangle under her tail. I found it. Okay, hold on. Let's tighten you back up. So I'm just going to cut it out, but she's probably going to oppose because the comb just touched it. Let's see if I can find it without a comb. Sometimes I need a comb to find it. There it is right there. So we're just going to cut it out. If your dog ever comes home with a wonky hole in its hair, that's why. It's because we're not going to brush that out. Good girl. A lot of times dogs aren't being mean, they're communicating, and you got to listen to them. Like, hey, I'm really sensitive to noise. Hey, I really don't like combs tugging on knots. Like Bo, the toy poodle I do every Wednesday. From his very, very first couple of grooms, it became clearly obvious that if that dog ever got knots in his hair, he would get shaved. Because he is hypersensitive to any tugging whatsoever. And then another one is Honey, the toy poodle. She cannot handle dematting, like any brushing out of any knots. And I've got it in certain dogs' files, a do not attempt to brush out because they emotionally can't handle it. We can cut the knots out and work around it, or cut the dog down And that's why sometimes, say if you have a dog who regularly gets groomed by a groomer, and your dog comes in with some mats, but it's not that bad, under normal circumstances, your groomer might say we need to shave them down. And that's because we know your dog, and we know it will traumatize your dog. Like emotionally traumatize them if we try to brush them out. Other dogs, they can handle it just fine, you know, on brushing out some matting. But some dogs, And the way she just reacted about trying to clip out the mat behind her ear, and when the comb hit the one in her tail, she would be a do not demat. So that would go on her file. That would be a no-no. Because we would traumatize her if we tried to save the hair, and then she'd be 10 times worse for the next groom. Sometimes they never forget. And so we just want to avoid that problem altogether, right? Like Mia, the toy poodle that goes with Bo. She's had a mat once in her life, and it was after she got spayed and she wore a cone. And she had a mat right here. You'll notice when I blow dry that dog, because she comes every week, she winces when I blow dry right here. Or when I brush right here. Every single time. It's been 8 years, 7 years. And yet, that little dog has not forgotten when I brushed out that knot that was behind her ear. Some dogs are just that way. Others could care less. It's like some little 4- and 5-year-old little girls, human girls, will twist and turn and ow, ow, ow when you're brushing their thin hair that's hardly even there, you know. And yet other girls, like my youngest daughter who had hair she could sit on, took perfect care of her hair, and you could brush her hair all day long and she'd be happy as could be. It's like that with dogs too. All right, let me see. We're almost done. Good girl. Winnie. Winnie. Good girl. Let me see. Good girl. Henny. Good girl. Good girl. Don't go nowhere. She's pretty, isn't she? Because Schnoodles are part wiry-haired dog, at least on the back coat, and not part double-coated golden retriever that sheds, you're taking basically a non-shedding dog and breeding it to basically a non-shedding dog. If a Schnauzer is hand stripped, they will have an undercoat, but it still doesn't shed out. You know, it has to be physically carded out and removed or stoned out and removed. So basically you're combining two non-shedding coats, which makes a much easier coat. So she's got a bit of a wiry texture, which is very, very easy with fuller, softer legs like a Schnauzer would have. Much, much easier coat. All right, I'm going to take the harness off and do her chest and see if her collar fits her. This is for you. I made this for you. It's not edible, okay? Not edible. I'm very proud of her. She did awesome. But you can kind of see with a dog with this kind of personality, if she were handled forcefully to make her comply, like when she was getting blow dried, or if she were made to go through the high velocity dryer or made to go through the nail grinding tool, it could have gone a completely different way, couldn't it? Then she might have been too anxious by the time she got to this point to accept it readily. So it's important to listen to the dogs because it makes them far better groomed dogs to work on. Can you always listen to them? No. Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do, which will be Oreo the Shih Tzu when he comes in just before Christmas. Ugga bugga. That dog. He usually draws blood when he's here, even on a good day. He's a handful. He's a dog who's had to be sedated, groomed at the vets, like under anesthesia. And he was referred to me by one of my regular clients who told the pet parents that I could possibly help. First time they brought him in triple tranquilized, and it didn't even faze him. And I sent him home. I'm like, no, I need you to bring him back without any tranquilizers so I can work with him. And on a day when I have time, but he's booked like, I don't think he's the last appointment. And I told him he really needs to be last appointment. But I think he's booked like not last, like the 20-something of December, and I'm like, ugh, because he's hard. He's really hard. All right, we're gonna put on your pretty collar. You ready? Want to show everybody how pretty you are? Let me see. See if it fits. Oh, it does fit. Okay, you gotta sit. Sit. Come on, you can do it. All right. How cute is that? How cute are you? You look beautiful. Yes, you do. You look very pretty. Here's your collar. Yep, that's yours. It is. It's not edible either. All right, I'm gonna go put her up, and I will be back in a moment with another cutie patootie. Look at that collar on. So cute. All right, I'll be back. Have you ever taken your dog to the groomer and asked for a puppy cut? Were you met with a blank stare, a lecture about the non-existence of the puppy cut, or an attitude? If so, you're not alone. In recent years, I have seen a trend among groomers to have a great disdain for the words puppy cut, short but not too short, and the teddy bear trim. Have you ever wondered why? Well, I'm going to break it down for you and help you with some terminology that may help you get the look that you have in mind for your dog. My name is Suzanne. I am a certified master groomer with over 40 years experience. I have groomed well over 100,000 dogs in my career. One thing that I have learned is that most pet parents do not know what to ask for when bringing their pets to the groomer. Most people have heard the words puppy cut. It sounds cute. It's easy to ask for, so what could go wrong, right? In my salon, I basically have an idea of what a client is looking for. I understand that the client doesn't have any specifics. They want cute, and I deliver. Many groomers, however, state that the puppy cut is one length all over. Unfortunately, I believe that this interpretation many times gets in the way of style. Creating a puppy look on an adult dog requires skill and style. If you go with one length all over, the dog will not actually have that puppy look. Take for instance this doodle. She is about 11 months old, and the pet parent wants her to look a bit more like she did at 3 months old. This requires layering the coat, fuller neck hair, a level top line, more hair on the front of the legs to create a pillar look, a bit of a fan in front of the eyes, medium length ears, and so on. Groomers, before you scream at me that my images are not puppy trims, stick with me. Because as you all say, this is completely up to interpretation. Some salons have 10 groomers, each with their own style. And since there are no set standards or guidelines for the puppy cut, each groomer does their own thing. This means that you could book an appointment with one groomer at the salon and get a fluffy dog back, but the next groomer might shave the dog all over. The reason for this is that some groomers envision a newborn puppy, some an 8-week-old puppy, and others a 6-month-old puppy. Many groomers insist that there is only one puppy trim, and that is for a show poodle. Others insist that it is one length all over, usually as short as a newborn puppy. Every groomer has their own style. The same goes for pet parents. Although most pet parents picture in their minds an 8-week-old puppy, others have a completely different interpretation of the puppy cut. Each dog has different characteristics that greatly affect how the groom turns out. Oftentimes, groomers must ask a lot of questions to get the idea of what the client wants. And then, upon evaluating the dog, they must determine if the style will be appropriate for the dog's condition and type. Some dogs are too matted for any style, and there is no option but to shave the coat off and start over. Remember that if the dog must be shaved down, that their skin must be protected from UV rays until it grows back. It is important to remember that you should not ask for a puppy trim, clippered style, or hand-scissored style for double-coated dogs or primitive coat types such as Pomeranians. Severe or permanent coat damage can be a serious problem for these dogs as a result of trimming. These dogs should be handled with a mindful approach. If this type of dog is severely matted, every effort should be made to protect the coat by gently removing the mats rather than shaving. When asking clients questions, we must first determine the length of coat that the client wants. Many times a client will say they want 1 inch while showing us 2 inches with their fingers. Some will open and close the length shown between their fingers, leaving us guessing anywhere from 1 to 3 inches. Sometimes pet parents bring photos of puppies who have never had a haircut. While these are cute, they've never been groomed, so the groom will not look the same. We are also shown photos of dogs who look completely different from the client's dog, meaning that the hairstyle in the photo will not work for your dog. Are you confused yet? So are we. I want pet parents to have the best possible experience when taking their pets to the groomer, so I am going to share with you a few tips to help you know what to ask for to get the look that you want. So now let's talk about giving the groomer instructions. The first thing is to make sure that the entire family is in agreement before your appointment. Many times there are disputes in the waiting room during the intake amongst family members concerning the length of the dog's hair. Perhaps the easiest way to determine the desired length of the dog's coat is to look at a ruler. Do you want 1/2 inch, 1 inch, or 3 inches left on the dog? In my blog that accompanies this video, I have detailed instructions for several haircuts that my clients consider puppy trims. If you like these looks, you can simply download or screenshot the image with the instructions for your groomer. Ease of maintenance and lifestyle should also be considered. Dogs with 1 inch of hair can be brushed weekly. Dogs with 2 inches of hair twice a week, and dogs with 3 inches or more of hair should be brushed daily. Be realistic of how much time you can spare for grooming your dog. While puppies have short rounded heads with short rounded mustaches, you may want a top knot, a ponytail, or more of a beard. So instead of asking for a general term like a puppy cut, sit down and look at images and consider each part of your dog's body. Look at images of dogs like yours who are freshly groomed, and print out 1 or 2 of your favorites. Plan the length that you want for the trunk of the body, the ears, the tail, the head, and the legs. Write it down and be prepared. This way you can get the best out of your pet's grooming experience. This dog is hand scissored to a 3-inch long trim all over. She is trimmed close around the eyes with a soft flowing top knot and bangs. The ears and tail are left natural. This dog requires a lot of maintenance, almost as much as a full long coat. This dog has about 1.5 inches of coat on the body and legs, trimmed closely around the eyes with bangs and a rounded face. The ears and tail are left long and natural. This dog is trimmed to about 1/2 inch on the trunk of the body. The legs are kept at 1 to 1.5 inches. The eye area is trimmed close with bangs and a rounded face. The ears are trimmed to a medium length and the tail is kept natural. This dog has 1 inch of coat on the trunk of the body, 1 to 2 inches on the legs, and a rounded face. The ears are trimmed to 1 inch past the ear pinna with a long tail. One of the things that you should consider is ear length. There are many styles for the ears. Your dog's natural ear set will be a determining factor. Puppies have tapered ears. When I think of a puppy look, I think of tapered ears. The tail styles are long, terrier carrot-shaped, flag, sword-shaped, short, or pom-pom. The leg styles are cylinder, flared, and short. The face styles are fusion, rounded, westy, natural with bangs, medium length beard, and clean. The foot styles are rounded foot, clean feet, and beveled foot. So what is a puppy trim? Technically, it is a trim reserved only for the show poodle puppy. These are the same poodle at different ages in the puppy trim. This is my poodle Ammo at 15 weeks, at 7 months, and at 11 months. So you can see the trim looks different as the puppy ages. In conclusion, the best way to get the look that you want is to make a list of what you want on each area of the dog's body. Giving the groomer the length that you desire will leave no guesswork on the groomer's part. If the groomer is sure of your directions, they can do their job efficiently without stress. Don't leave it up to the professional to decide for you, unless they state that due to the condition of the dog or the behavior of the dog, they don't have an option. All right, next is Chichi, the Shih Tzu puppy. First groom, almost 4 months old. And Mom says she really doesn't like being washed. So why is it that Shih Tzu puppies don't like being washed? It's a pretty common thing, like a very common thing. So most Shih Tzu puppies are started off in the sink at home. They're this big, you stick them in the sink, you wash them. They've got little flat faces. It's really hard to rinse around a little flat face without getting water in the nose. And especially if you're doing it in a sink. So that's probably the number one reason. And that's not any fault of the pet parents. It's just really difficult. And then another reason is sinks are slippery. So unless you've got some firm footing below them in the sink, they're slipping and they're like, ah. And especially if they have fur on the bottoms of their pads and they're on a wet, slick surface and they can't get a grip, they start to panic. When they start to panic, they jump upward. Shih Tzus learn upward is a very good evasion technique. And it works really, really, really well. Because what happens when that little wet, cute Shih Tzu puppy jumps up out of the sink, you save it. You saving it is rewarding it. And therefore it learns it can get out of doing this by jumping up and hugging you. And the jumping up hugging action means the claws come out because they climb up you. So they grab you and you grab them and you comfort them. So it creates a whole pattern of behavior. So you need a hose situation that's not going to scare them. You need something that's not going to spray them in the nose. And then you need sure footing underneath them. You need to ignore the crying. And you need to not save them, but very matter-of-factly get the job done. So that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do with this cute little Shih Tzu. So we're going to get her in the tub. Let's do it. All right, baby girl. I'm also going to ignore any crying in the tub. So I'm not going to comfort her for it if she does it. Come here. Good baby. Good baby. Okay. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. There you go. Let me see. girl. Good. Right there, yes. Good girl. Good girl. Very good girl. Yes, right there. Right there. That's awesome. That's awesome right there. Let's see, okay. I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm not gonna hurt you. There, see? Oh, you're so pretty. Yes, you're so pretty. That's a good girl. That's a good girl. I know. It's okay. It's okay. I'm coming, I'm coming. Hi.
Hello.
Hey, Duncan.
You gonna drop them off?
Any special instructions?
Nope.
All right.
Same old, same old. I just come pick it, or you guys call in
I can text plan about 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Duncan. You go in here. I'll be with you in a moment. And you come with me. Come on. Oh, I'm happy to see you too. Yes, I am. I'm happy to see the puppies. Oh, I'm so happy. So happy. I know. Good girl. Good. Good. Very, very, very nice. I'm not going to brush her teeth today. I think it would be too much, being she is already kind of apprehensive about the face. And she's teething. So we'll wait. Okay. okay. It's okay. I got you. There. Good girl. Good girl. It's all right. I got you. It's okay. It's okay. I got you. It's okay, honey. Oh no. It's a rough life being a baby Chichi. Oh, yeah, she's a rough life. Oh no. I'm hurrying. Good girl. Good girl. I know. Good girl. Good girl. I got you. Yes, I got the baby. I got the baby. It's a good girl. You did awesome. Alright, so her issue is not wanting the head held. She took right to the cupped hand, but she wants no pressure of holding her head at all. So I'm going to attempt to use the cupped hand technique on the blow dry as well. And we'll see how that goes. For her face, to blow dry and comb her face, I'm going to be using a triple row tooth comb with blunt ends. This works real good because I can put a finger on the end of the comb and go in there and comb and brush out her face this way. Gonna avoid holding her head at all costs until it's time to trim around the eyes, and that's gonna be the tricky part, because to do around the eyes I have to hold the head and I have to stretch the skin at the corners of the eyes back. Getting in there with scissors on a dog who doesn't like around their face held, that's even more risky, even though she's not going to like it. That's going to be tricky, but so far so good. So when you have a puppy that doesn't like its head held, don't be overzealous about worrying about tear stains and cleaning around the eyes. Don't be overzealous about bows right now. A light tying up of the top knot, fine, but anything more than that is overkill for her until she gets past teething, which would be about 6 months old. And then, you know, we can start incorporating some of that stuff. And when I finish her, I'll put on our training video for training to be groomed, and that will give tips on teaching her to have her head held. That's what she has to learn right now, and she has to learn it outside of getting anything done. It's a daily routine that you have to do, and that video will give the tips. So let's get busy. Good girl. See, you're just fine. Hmm? Good girl. Yeah. Good girl. Yes, it is. That's a good girl. That's a good baby. That's a very good baby. That's a very good baby, yes it is. Oh, that's a good baby. That's a good baby. It's okay. So as I go into this part, I'm going to be combing her face. She's severely oppositional about having her face held. So I'm going to be using body blocking, moving my arm up under, offering the cupped hand, which I've already been introducing, and we'll just keep going through that, setting it up for her face trimming, which is going to be a challenge. Just saying. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. That was very good. That was very good. Oh, yeah. Come on. Come on. It's okay. Come on. Oh, you're okay. Oh, boo-boo. You're okay. Miss Suzanne's not gonna hurt you. No. Miss Suzanne's not gonna hurt you, baby. No. Come on. There. That was good. Alright, so there you have it. 2 Shih Tzu puppies. 2 Shih Tzu puppies in 2 days, taking right to that. So a lot of times when a dog's being oppositional, you'll see me pull my hands away and do this. I want to be non-threatening, and that's also kind of calling them in. Shih Tzus can be one of the most stubborn breeds you'll ever meet in your life. If they get in their head that they don't want you to do something and you try to make them do it, it's kind of like a Scottish Terrier, you're in for it. Because they don't handle being made to do something. You have to make them think it's their idea. And you don't want to force them. You want to work with them. I think somebody needs a nap. She's precious. You're precious. Yes, you are. You're precious. Yes, you are. You're very, very precious. Yeah. You're very, very precious. Yeah. Yeah. Hi. So one of the things that I'm doing that she's not taking well to is putting my hands like this and coming up to her head. But I keep doing it good anyway. And then I try to rub a little bit right there, which that's what makes her pull away. So she wants no pressure, none. She has to be trained to handle the pressure. That's mom's job. We'll teach mom how, but mom has to do homework. Right? Your mom is going to have to do homeworks. Yes. And I lost a clipper. There it is. Your mom has homeworks to do. Yeah. She does. She got homeworks to do. We're going to do your feet first. Going in feet first, guys. All right. There we go. Good puppy. Good puppy. Come here. Good. So basically what she's going to need is to learn that holding the head is a positive thing. The only way to do that is to use a super high value treat and start adding pressure a little bit at a time. So eventually you're going to want to be able to hold the head with your hand in a C shape, applying pressure, and being able to stretch back the corners of the eyes. That is necessary for a gazillion things with Shih Tzus, not just grooming. Like if they end up with dry eye and you got to treat their eyes, or if you need to clean under the eyes, or you know, they get their face dirty and you got to wash it. All kinds of things. And one of the reasons why dogs don't take to that naturally is bringing the hand in on the head in a C shape is a bite, especially when you apply pressure. Dogs don't like that, right? And if, say, getting washed and it becomes a power struggle and you want to be sure to get that face clean, and you want to hang on to them, it feels like an attack to the puppy, even though that's not what you're trying to do. And a lot of dogs, they take right to the dominance thing. Shih Tzus, Scottish Terriers, all terriers are an absolute no. They're like, you want to fight? Okay, I'll bring it. No matter how young they are. So the power struggle idea never works with these types of dogs. Right? Never, ever, ever. Good girl. And this is where my live streams are so helpful for my pet parents, because I can talk about it with you for an hour. I might repeat myself a lot, but, and I can give you visuals like the video I'm going to show after I finish her of how to accomplish the training. So instead of when you pick up your dog, say, well, she was really difficult on her face, I can have the entire visual for you and what you need to do about it. And that's why I have so many dogs that come in that are in great condition and that are really well behaved, because my pet parents have the tools. Huh. Yeah. So you notice I'm not holding on to her like legs or anything, because she doesn't like that. So I'm keeping a very light touch. I'm holding onto the harness, not the dog, to keep her still right now. Not picking up her feet to work on them, just letting them stay in place, except for the pads, of course. And this will all build towards her future grooms to make life better. All right, now, let's see how I want to approach the face. So she does better with the cupped hand if she's facing away from me. When you come in from the front, she doesn't handle it well. So as I go to do this, I'm going to put my hand on the back of her to keep her from backing up. Slide my hand up under. I'm using the opposite side of my arm for the block. I'm using my fingers on this side for the block. So you've got to give her a square to work it within. And the only place of comfort is my cupped hand. Then when they're doing it, you pet them on top of the head to get them to apply pressure into that cupped hand. And then I'm going to try to come from behind. This probably isn't going to go well. And I don't want to ruin the cupped hand being comfort by doing something that she doesn't like. Oh, and another thing, never, ever, ever sneak up on a puppy while they're sleeping to do stuff like this. Like never. It's nothing worse than a puppy waking up to scissors in its face. It's not helpful at all. Always do stuff with your puppy while it's awake and make it intentional. Good girl. Good. Good. That's awesome. Get the other side while she's doing good. It's going to have to come in from a different angle. Good. Yes. Yes. Good girl. There we go. Yes, that's a good exhale. Her mom wants this tearing gone. Let's see. Good. Good. Well, this is going well. Her mom's probably sitting in the car watching like, no way. How? Sorry. If she is, I don't mean to, you know. But I was warned there would be a battle. We have a very tired puppy. Yes, we do. So something I learned recently, that dog calming signals, facing away from you is a calming signal. I never knew that. I always thought that they were like trying to oppose you in that way. But no, that's actually inviting you in. Just like when I do their nails and I wait for them to look away because they're, that's when they're giving me permission, so to speak. I used to like, why are you facing away from me? I thought you liked me. But since I read that, I'm like, oh, that's a good sign, not a bad sign. So, yeah, she does much better facing away from you. And some dogs, eye contact is too much pressure for them. So maybe when she's facing you and you're determined to get in there, you might be scowling because you're focused, because you've got a job to do. So I learned about that when I was training my horse, and my horse was an extremely fearful, had been mistreated in the past horse. And I was working with a trainer, and we were only doing groundwork for a long time, for like 6 months. You know, the horse was broke and he was able to be ridden, but he was fearful. And so we were trying to build a relationship. And so I was lunging him, and my trainer was watching me lunge him. And she says to me, "You're stalking your horse." She said, "Your horse is a prey animal, and you are stalking him." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And she's like, "Your face, your expression." I said, "I'm just focused on what I'm doing, and I'm concentrating." She says, "Your body language is stalking your horse." And I thought about it, and she taught me relaxation techniques and how to soften my eyes and soften my hands and soften my shoulders, because I get very intense and I get very focused. And in order to get him to relax, I had to relax. And I was new to horses. I mean, I had a horse when I was a kid, and it kind of came natural. But as far as training them, I mean, I just jumped on my horse bareback, never owned a saddle when I was a kid. I bought my horse myself. I paid for his board myself. I was lucky to have a bridle. So, you know, I never had a saddle. I didn't even have a bareback pad. It was like nothing. And so I just brought him up to a fence, hopped on him, and went away doing my thing. But, you know, when I had the horse as an adult, I was super focused on learning about horses and learning about training them and learning how to ride properly. And, you know, so I was scowl-faced, you know, gonna do this, you know. And when I learned about that, I realized my horse, if I picked up a shoulder, he would move. If I, you know, leaned in on the ground, not even in the saddle, he would move. And so that too is like a dance with a really sensitive animal. You have to learn that every movement, every raised eyebrow, every, you know, action has a reaction. And then when he would wig out, just like these dogs do sometimes, he would rear and, you know, get very kind of dominant at times. And she also told me I had to match his energy. If he got big with me, I'd get big with him. And, you know, matched him when he had that personality going on. So it's interesting how these animals do. All right, we're going to get you a little bow.
Yes, we are.
Just a little one, so it's comfortable in her head. She's different from the puppy last night. Let's see what we got here. The puppy last night was about 6.5, 7 months old. This one's 4 months old, so she's just learning about her top knot. The puppy last night was kind of used to her top knot.
You did very good.
So I could get in there and tighten up her face a bit more. I'm happy with where it's at. You know, it's not perfect. You could get in there with clippers. Right now it's all about training, and I'm not going to push the puppy to get it super clean in there. That's just the way it goes, right?
Come here. Yes, it's just the way it goes. And it's just the way it's going to be. Because right now it's all about training. Yeah, and learning how to do it. And over here. Hello. Hello. How you doing? Oh, you're a good girl.
So I'll probably have to put her top knot up facing away from me too. I think it'll be too much pressure coming in at her face. So we're going to do it the same way. Cupped hand. Pet the top of the head to lay the head in my hand. Then I'm going to bring this up. I'm going to need 2 hands for the bow, but I'm going to do as much as I can with one hand. Actually, top knot pillow might help her to drop her head into a cupped hand kind of feeling, because she's doing really good with that. So what I'm going to do is put this here. I'm going to pet her head till it drops down, and that'll free up my hands. There we go. That's a good girl. It's kind of hard to put a bow in from this angle, but it's what works for her. There we go. Oh, I lost it.
I lost it. It's okay. There we go. You want to lay down? Learn how to lay down on a top knot pillow? There we go. Right there. Right there. It's okay. You can do it. Right there. See? See? Here. It's okay. There. You did it. You got a bow in your hair. See? See, you love Miss Suzanne. I gotta trim some more hair on your face. And it'd be really helpful if I could do it where I was looking at you. Yeah. That would be really helpful. And you're really tired, aren't you? Oh, he's a tired puppy. Tired puppy got a pillow. Yeah. See, tired puppy got a pillow. You want to turn this way with your pillow? Here we go. Go turn this way with your pillow. You can't keep my pillow. No, it's my pillow. Yeah.
So if you're making them go down, just pull their little legs forward, tuck the pillow up under, pet them on top of the head, just like when you're petting for the cupped hand. Good girl. So what I'm doing here is creating a new pattern of behavior that's different from the one where she was getting held. That looks pretty good. Good girl. I'm using the mirror to see if I'm doing a good job or not. There. You did it. You did it. You got through the whole thing. And you want a pillow? There you go. There's your pillow. Just trim under your tail. Here we go. That's a nice girl. I gotcha. She's like, hey, what you doing back there? She says, what you doing back there? I need naps. Say, I need naps, Miss Suzanne. Yeah. So let's text your mommy. Come here. Let's go text your mommy. Tell her you're all ready. I think she's... No, I don't think that's her parked out there. But I think she's close by. Yeah. Well, did this one melt your heart, guys? I know she melted mine. Like, oh my gosh. So cute. Go text your mommy you can fall asleep in my arms. Oh, Chichi. All right. She's gonna go to sleep. So I'm just gonna hold on to her for a minute. Hopefully her mom's right close by. And let her go to sleep in my arms. I'm sorry, you got a tangle. And that way, it'll also build on the comfort idea. Finding comfort with the groomer is a good thing. Yeah. Let me see. I know you got that tangle. Yes, you got a little tangle. Yes, you do. Oh, you sweet baby. Sweet baby. All right. So you can see I got pretty good around the eyes, but it's not perfect. And I ain't gonna make it perfect. So that's why I say I don't do perfect. No, I don't. I refuse to do perfect, as a matter of fact. And it's for just this reason. We do what the puppies can handle. Okay, I want you to take a nappy till your mommy gets here. I might have to put you up anyway, but I don't want to. Oh, you got some naughties around there. Hold on. Let me see. You've been getting butt baths? Has you been getting butt baths? So that's another thing. Let's talk about crate training in puppies and them getting dirty in the crates and then having to get butt baths by a sometimes unhappy pet parent. I'm not saying that's happening. I'm just using it for an example. It's like you got to go to work and the puppy pooped all over itself and you got to give it a bath and you're in a hurry and the puppy is not happy and you got to hurry up and get this done. I mean, that's just life, right? So, you know, sometimes like a bigger playpen instead of a crate that has pee pads where they can have a corner. You know, you can cover the whole thing in the pee pads, especially if they're messy puppies. But, you know, giving them enough space so that if they go, it's not all over the place on them. And a lot of people believe crate training is going to prevent them from going, but that's not necessarily the case, especially if the puppy came from a breeder or a pet store. They're used to going in their space, right? So sometimes that doesn't always work. Sometimes it's like, oh, this is where I've been pooping my whole life. This is where I'm supposed to poop, is my crate. All right, I'll be right back. I'll put on that training video. Wherever it may be. Okay, I've lost it. I've got too many videos on here. It's hard to find them. Training, where are you? I know you're here somewhere. Oh, God, lost it. Aha, there it is. let's talk about making sure that your dog is prepared for the grooming. Make sure that your dog doesn't have any mats or tangles in its hair. Matted hair greatly limits the styles available for your dog. Make sure that your dog is trained for the grooming process. But first, let's talk about your dogs. One of the best ways to get the results that you are looking for is to make sure that your dog is prepared for the groomer. Dogs should be professionally groomed at least every 4 to 6 weeks. Dogs who are regularly groomed see the process as part of their routine. Dogs who are not regularly groomed see the procedures as punishment. This attitude from the dog often limits how much the groomer can achieve. Remember, it is your responsibility to train your dog for grooming. It is very difficult for the groomer to effectively train your dog to readily accept the grooming procedures. While most groomers are indeed excellent trainers, we spend the entire time with your dog grooming the dog, so we are not as effective as we would be if we were simply training alone. And keep in mind, we are not being paid to train the dog, we are being paid to groom the dog. Puppies should start learning to be groomed as soon as they come to live with you. However, it's never too late to start training. Whether you plan to have a professional groomer or not, it's important to start the training at home. Gently brushing your dog every day will train your dog for the grooming process. Remember that puppies may be teething. Be careful how you hold the head. I use my hand in a C shape on the head. If your puppy doesn't accept this, you can train the dog to allow you to do this by separating the action from the grooming and simply train the hold. I do this by having the dog's favorite treats close by. Paw mats are great for keeping the surface comfortable. Then by putting my hand in a C shape, I place my hand on the dog's head, then pop a treat in the dog's mouth. After a few weeks of doing this 3 times a day, I will add putting a little pressure and sliding the skin back, tightening the loose skin over the eyes. This is important as the dog must have the head held to trim the face. Be sure to lavish praise on the dog when finished, regardless of how the dog accepts the process. Another way to train your dog for grooming is to gently file the dog's nails daily with a salon board. I start with just 1 or 2 toes a day, using the 180 grit side of a 180-100 grit file. Again, do this on a non-slip surface like a grooming table, with the puppy properly secured. Ignore the screaming, flailing, and pulling if the puppy does this, because you know that the nail file does not hurt him. Praise the slightest attempt by the dog for calm. Pop a favorite soft treat into the dog's mouth, lavish him with praise, and play with him. Do 1 or 2 nails a day for a few weeks, then move on to doing the whole foot, and keep working until you can do all 4 feet in one sitting without a fuss. Trust me, you will get there. So Chi-Chi's mom was a bit in disbelief when she asked how she did. She didn't watch the live stream. So I told her, you'll have to watch the live stream to see. I said she did very, 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 very good. And she's like, she didn't try to bite you? And I'm like, no. She did excellent. And she's like, really? And I'm like, yeah. The proof's in the pudding. Sometimes they would never believe me unless I actually showed them. I was very proud of that puppy. All right, next is Duncan, a poodle. He's somewhat of a senior, and he gets like a big mustache, a short body clip all over one length, clean feet, and a poodle top knot and long ears. Did I already do the brushes? I guess I did. Don't know what I did. All right. Gonna go get Duncan. We'll get him prepped. And I'm getting hungry. I need to put some lunch in. So before I get started, his tummy's really red, especially right there. So I'm not going to shave his tummy because I don't want that to be a question of what caused the redness. It's already balded anyway, so nothing really there to clip anyway. Don't pee on my table. You need a 5 or a 4. I'm going to go with a 4. Come here. Get back here. This dog is a table sniffer. It's a term that we use for unneutered males because they're really interested in all the scents left behind. This type of irritation and redness is usually caused by wearing a belly band, which is like a male dog diaper. He's got fleas. He's going to have to soak in flea shampoo. While he's soaking in flea shampoo, I'm going to wash the big dog. Let the big dog be air drying while I finish him. Which is going to make me run late on his time that I'd already told him because I wasn't planning on a flea shampoo. But in the 10 minutes he needs to soak, I can get the big dog washed. No problemo. Kill two birds with one stone. Well, I shouldn't use that phrase. Get two jobs done within the same amount of time. How about that? That's a better phrase to use. Good boy, Duncan. Over here. Good boy. That's a very good baby. Yes, he is. Wasn't that puppy the sweetest thing? I'm going to collect some of the footage from the last couple of days on teaching these Shih Tzu puppies to lay their head in your hand and put it together, because my husband and I were talking about it about 2 weeks ago on one of my days off. And I was telling him about it, you know, because we were talking about a educator, grooming educator, who was hand stripping a dog and holding him firmly by his beard. And it's a very, very good educator, don't get me wrong. No negativity there. But I was talking about how I learned not to do that, and how to hold the head in such a way that is good, that I like it. And so, you know, he's been with me all my life, basically, since I was 12 years old. So, you know, he's been around this business, because my mother had a grooming business as well, for, you know, 50 years, nearly. And so he's seen Shih Tzus get groomed, and he's seen how they're oppositional on their head, you know, or any breed. And so he was asking me, well, how do you do that? How do you train that? And I was trying to explain to him how I train it. And when you tell people things, it really, you know, it's like you open up your hand and you pet them on top of the head. It's like, you know, you offer them your hand. It doesn't sound like an actual training technique, right? But when you can see it in action, and you can see the puppy's behavior, you know, before you start, and you can see how they would be oppositional, and then you see it work. It's like, oh, that's interesting, you know. So, and then I told him last night that I actually had the opportunity to catch it with a Shih Tzu puppy and doing it. And so then another one today, it's like, yes. That made me happy. All right, so we're going to go put him in some flea shampoo. And let him sit. There we go. Shampoo's in here. It's a good boy. Stay right here. back in a minute. The extenders. Come on, get back in your run. All right, Cherry. I know, Gus. Come on, big boy. Good boy. Stay right here. Don't go nowhere. You've been very good today. Yes, you are. No barking or anything. I'm so proud of you. Yeah. All right. To the tub. Come on. Up, 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 up. Good boy. Stay right there. Good boy. Up, up, up. You're all right. You're all right. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Don't bite it. There you go. Over here.
Let's go. This way. Good boy. Get in. I'll be back with you in a bit. All right. Good boy. You're okay, buddy. Good boy. There you go. Nice fresh breath. here, buddy. Come here. He's a good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Come here. He's a good boy. Okay, come on. Good boy. Good boy. So one thing a lot of people don't realize is the winter time in Florida is prime flea season. That's when they're hatching. And they can show up like out of the blue. Like the temperatures have to be 60 to 80 degrees for a hatching with high humidity. And Florida is famous for our high humidity. And we don't have temperatures in the right range until winter. And January is actually the peak month that we see fleas in Florida. They really don't do well in Florida at all in the summertime. And I think he only had 2 that I actually found. So,
but it's better safe than sorry to go ahead and use the flea shampoo. In case there was some hiding where I couldn't see. But that fact tends to catch people off guard, because you think fleas, you think summer. Even like publications that you read, like, you know, there's some brochures that are put out by some of the, like Berkeley Publications, which is a producer of a magazine here for our industry. But they also make like release forms and pamphlets that you can hand out in your grooming business and stuff. I can't use their pamphlets on fleas because it says it's a summertime problem. I would be misinforming my clients if I handed out those brochures, right? So it's just like just about everything you read, it doesn't say it's a summertime problem except in the Southeast, you know? It just says it's a summertime problem. Good boy.
That was very, very, very good. Yes, it was very, very, very good. You're such a good dog.
I like this little dog. He's fun. He reminds me of my poodle, Charlie. My poodle, Charlie, looked almost identical to him. And Charlie's father looked just like him. Charlie's father's name was Pepe. And he looked just like this. Charlie was a gift from one of my clients when he was 8 weeks old. He was something. He was my husband's lap dog. And if my husband's lap was full of other dogs, Charlie had a trick for that. Charlie would see that my husband had dogs in his lap, because we had 5 male dogs all at the same time. That was fun. And Charlie was the smallest of them. So in order to free up my husband's lap, and we saw this dog do this on purpose many times, he would run to the front door barking, and which would get all the other dogs running to the front door barking. And then Charlie would just come trotting back and jump in my husband's lap and lay there like, he's mine now. Every single time. Like, dog, you did not just do that. He's like, yeah, I did. Poodles are smart. I'll never forget the one I saw cheating at an obedience trial at a dog show. A white miniature poodle. In the obedience ring. She was an obedience trial champion, which is extremely hard to get. I mean, that takes a very, very, very brilliant dog to get that title. So, she was in the ring, and there was the judge and her handler in the ring. And then the audience around the outside of the ring watching. And the task for the dog was, there would be a whole pile of dumbbells put down. And only one of the dumbbells had the owner's scent. So the owner handled it, handed it back to the judge. They'd take it like wrapped in a napkin or with tongs. This judge used tongs. And he took it and placed it in the pile with the other dumbbells. while this is happening, while it gets put down, the handler and the dog have to face away from the judge. So they're across the ring, facing the other way with the dog in the heel position. So when this judge went to bend down and put the dumbbell in the pile with the tongs, the dog is facing the opposite direction, and this judge was quite heavy set, and this plays into the story. So when the judge is like getting in position to bend down and put the dumbbell on the ground in the pile, the dog is sitting facing away, and she turns and she's like peeking. And everybody starts laughing because she's peeking to see where he put it. And so he's bent over, and everybody starts laughing, and he comes up red-faced because he's like, do I have a hole in my pants or what? And the test had to be done 2 or 3 times. I think it was 2 times. So when she turns around and she goes to get the dumbbell out of the pile, she didn't even use her nose. She just trotted over there and picked up the one he set down because she saw where he put it. So the test had to be done a second time to proof it, and the same exact thing happened. She turned around, she peeked, she didn't even use her nose, but the judge didn't see it. Only the people on the outside of the ring saw it. And all he knows is every time he bends over, everybody starts laughing. So, anyway, it was the funniest thing I ever saw. This dog cheating on purpose. And her handler knows she's cheating. She's looking at her like, come on, man, stop it. It was hilarious. Good boy. You're almost done. You're a very good boy. You're a very good boy. Over here. Come on, Duncan. Right here. If Duncan's owners are watching, he'll be finished right at 2. Between the Shih Tzu puppy ahead of him, needing extra time, and soaking him for his bath, it got me a little behind schedule. Just a little. But that's okay, I'll catch up. Because Gus is washed. So when I finish Duncan, we'll get Gus in here and get some of the water off him. Then we'll put him back up and work on his sister. Her name is Cherry. And she's like a Morkie type of dog. And then we'll get Gus dry and finished. So Duncan here gets a donut style mustache. This style of mustache goes all the way around the muzzle. Kind of a little round circle with a donut hole right in the middle. And Boone, the black poodle that we do, gets a mustache. His is a French style mustache, where it's short all the way across the top of the nose and no goatee. There's German style mustaches, French, donut, and then what I would call my regular mustache, which has a goatee, but it's trimmed across the top of the nose flat, and it's smaller than this. But Duncan likes his mustache this way. I'm going to trim a little bit off his ears because they look a little raggedy. Such a good dog. Yes, you are. You're a very good dog. Stay. Good boy. Gus is being so quiet. So it's Gus's second time here. And Gus's big issue is separation anxiety in the grooming salon. They had warned me about it, that he would actually kind of like bite on the kennels and stuff. And I let him know that we have large runs with glass doors. And he did really good last time, except, you know, he was expressing his displeasure by licking the glass like incessantly. But listen to him. Last time he was quite noisy. This time he's so quiet. I'm like, oh my gosh. He's doing so good. He's a really good dog. He gets right up in the tub, right into on the table for me. Really good boy. And he has whiskers that curl into his eyes, especially the ones up over his eyes. So I do trim those because otherwise they will aggravate his eyes. Very curly whiskers. All right, Mr. Duncan Doodle. Let's see if we have a bandana to fit you. Please let us have one made. We got a bow tie to fit you. Let's see which one works. You might be able to fit into the bandana, but I'm not sure. Let's see. Oh, it does fit you. Yay. Yay, it fits. Come here. Duncan. Over here. Fun in here, I do. All right, let's text your people. Duncan Doodle. Right here. All right, there we go. That's a good boy. Stay. That's a good boy. My clients are loving seeing how their dogs behave on the table. Yes, they are. They're proud of their puppies. Yeah. That's the main reason I started streaming again. Client demand. They're like, we want to see our dogs. We miss it. I'm like, okay. Okay, we'll show the puppies. Yeah, we'll show the puppies getting their haircuts. All right. That Shih Tzu puppy. She stole my heart. Both of them did the last 2 days of Shih Tzus. I've come to adore Shih Tzus. I used to think they were just such stubborn dogs. And now it's like, they are so cool. All right, say goodbye, Duncan. Oh no. Did you seriously do that? Your people warned me. They warned me. That's why you're being so quiet. All right, let's get cleaned up. My lunch is still in the microwave. So I got 5 more. Got to finish Gus, do Cherry, and then my 3 get a bath. I want clean dogs for Thanksgiving too. Especially since I'll have a house full of people. Got my oldest daughter, 2 of my grandchildren, the grandchildren's boyfriends and girlfriends, my daughter's boyfriend, my mother, and my sister. All coming over. Fun, fun. Lots of cooking. All right, get this dropped down. Y'all probably couldn't hear a word I said. Sorry about that. This way. Get in. Be right with you. Good boy. It's okay. Come here. Come on. Come on. It's okay. It's okay. It's a good boy. See? It's okay. Good boy. That's good. That's good. Right there. Good boy. So he's almost dry. So just like with the Shih Tzu and the head and the hand, this dog, I'm creating the box within I want him to work in. I wanted to dry his head. So I created a block here, a block here, a block here, and the most comfortable position for him to find on his own was to lay his head down and relax, which he did. So took a little bit of getting there, but you know, creating the space and then offering the relaxation and letting them find it instead of forcing them into it. Right, buddy? Yeah, it took a minute. Yes, it took a minute, didn't it? Yeah. So you're going to find another way out, aren't you? Hmm? Yeah, you're going to find another way out? So you probably heard of the Irish Setter. And most people consider the Irish Setter to be a red dog. Did you know that there's an Irish red and white? They're slightly different than the Irish Setter, but it's an Irish red and white setter. It's basically an Irish Setter with a bit different of a, they look more like a working setter than the regular Irish Setter, but it's basically the same thing with a different color that's just been kind of honed into their own separate dog, but they were originally the same dog. And they look a lot like this dog, except he's a lot leggier. All right, let's go ahead and do your nails. I'm going to get them back out and dry them some more later. I just wanted to get him almost there while I work on his sister and let him air dry some more. So let's do your nails. You're all right. Better tighten up here. You're getting antsy. Let's see. You got ants in your pants, dude. Good boy. You're all right. Good boy. All right, how you gonna feel about this part? Huh? How you gonna feel about this? Uh-oh. It makes noise. Good boy. Stand. Or not. Good boy. Oh, poor boy. Poor boy, it's all right. Poor baby. Good boy. It's okay. Give me your foot. Let me see. Turn. It's the weirdest thing. I have a monitor over here where I can see what's on the screen because I can't see in my camera because it's rear facing. And every time I look over here or I look in the mirror to see the monitor, I see somebody standing behind me because they see me in the mirror, and it keeps freaking me out because it's like there's somebody behind me. Hate to tell myself like that, but yeah. It's like I look up and there's somebody behind me. I'm like, ah! Come on, bud. This way. Yeah, it's a good boy. Right here. Let's get you some dry bedding. All right, Cherry. Just a minute. I know, I see you. Back up. Don't step in your water. There you go. Try not to eat the pee pads, please. All right, I'm going to clean the tub from the big dog, clean up this mess, eat my lunch, and start some laundry. So I'm going to put on a video for while I'm gone. Let's see here. I'm going to put on his whiskers video so that you can see what I'm talking about when I go to clip his whiskers. And let's see, we'll do the Yorkie haircut one. And hopefully I should be finished with all these things by then, because that's about 8 minutes. Wish me luck. Should a groomer trim a dog's whiskers? Vibrissae hairs are stiff, sensitive hairs connected to nerve endings at the follicle. Unlike cats, dogs do not rely heavily on their whiskers. Some groomers and breeders trim whiskers for aesthetic purposes. This does not cause the dog pain. Many times I trim whiskers and vibrissae hairs because of the way that they curl and grow towards the eyes, as seen here. If you prefer not to have your dog's whiskers trimmed, please make your request known. We are grooming safer together. When choosing the best hairstyle for your Yorkie, there are many factors that you should consider. Whether you groom your Yorkie yourself or hire a professional groomer, you will need to decide which haircut is best. The most important consideration is time. The amount of time needed to care for your Yorkie greatly depends on the length of coat that you plan for your Yorkie to have. The longer the coat, the more time that you will need to maintain it. An energetic family lifestyle provides more outdoor activities. A Yorkie in this environment may need a shorter trim. Busy professionals may choose a fun, fashionable style for their Yorkie that is easier to maintain than full coat. Each length of coat will require a different set of tools and routines to maintain the hair. Dogs who keep full top knots will need their hair done daily to keep the top knot from getting tangled and out of the eyes. This is usually done with 1 to 3 sections so as to prevent the ponytail from falling forward into the eyes. Top knot pillows are a must-have if you plan to keep a ponytail on your Yorkie. A ponytail tool can be used to keep the ponytail lying flat without flipping into the pet's eyes. There are so many cute looks when you keep a longer top knot. The tassel top ponytail is cute as well. It is put up with one band gathering the entire top knot. Then, once it is up, it is trimmed into a fan so that it never falls forward into the eyes. It is very important to have a grooming surface to work on your Yorkie. A grooming table is best with a non-slip surface. Bangs can be trimmed for those who prefer not to be bothered with the daily maintenance of a top knot. This style is very pretty. The trunk of the body is typically trimmed with a snap-on comb, such as a 1/2 inch or 3/4 inch. The top knot can be kept long or trimmed into a tassel top ponytail. Correctly done, the Yorkie's ears should be tipped. By trimming them closely on the tips of the ears, I usually trim about the top third of the ear, very short. However, some Yorkies do not have ears that stand up. For these Yorkies, we do typically leave fluffy, long ears. The way that the ears are trimmed are a preference of the pet owner. I do have a few Yorkie clients who do have Yorkies whose ears stand up, and yet we do keep long flowing hair on those ears. As you can see here, it is very cute. I have other Yorkie clients that do not like the ears tipped short, but they do like them kept quite short, as you can see on this Yorkie with soft fuzzy ears. Whether you like your Yorkie's ears trimmed long or short, they are adorable either way. The tail style varies from Yorkie to Yorkie as well, if they're getting shorter haircuts. As you can see here, this Yorkie has a long ponytail on her tail. This Yorkie has her tail trimmed very short, while this one has a medium length trim. This Yorkie, that's in more of a poodle style, has a little pom-pom on her tail. Each one is completely individual and different, and the preference is up to the pet parent. On occasion, you will see on a Yorkie puppy especially 2 layers of coat. One very fine, thin layer over a thicker layer. This is not uncommon, and most Yorkies will grow out of this. To trim this, I usually hand scissor the dog by using a back combing action to lift the hair up and then scissor off the top, removing only the thinnest hair. Another time where hand scissoring a Yorkie is very important using this back combing action is on the hips and shoulders of certain coat types on Yorkies. Occasionally you will see a Yorkie who has cowlicks on his hips. This is not uncommon. By using your comb and sliding the comb upward while scissoring off as you comb upward will help to layer the hair over the hips so that you do not see choppiness from the cowlicks in the hips. The freestyle fusion trims are very fun. While they are easier to maintain than full coat, they still require daily maintenance. These styles are trimmed very short on the entire trunk of the body, using a 7 or a 5 blade. The chin hair is kept very short with a characteristic oval mustache to define this style. The legs and top knot are kept very long. The tools needed to maintain this haircut are a pen brush, a flexible slicker brush, a medium fine tooth comb, a rat tail comb, and bands for the knot. In freestyle grooming, you can use your imagination and create styles such as the one seen on this Yorkie. Her pet parent made up this hairstyle with poodle feet, a poodle Miami trim, and a Westie style face. So as you can see, it's adorable on her. Just use your imagination and have fun. Keeping a Yorkie in full coat is a labor of love. People who choose to keep a full coat are very dedicated pet parents who protect their dog's coats with every ounce of their being. These coats are easiest for me to keep if I do a light brushing daily, along with tying up the top knot, and then a full bath, conditioning, blow dry, and complete comb through every 5 days. Yes, you heard me right. Every 5 days. Correctly done, Yorkies are kept in full coat with tipped ears and no hair trimmed around the eyes. Some choose to keep their Yorkies in a body contour style, basically clipped down all over with short round faces. While these styles are easy to maintain, The dog still needs to be brushed and washed regularly. In styling the pet dog, there are many, many variations, and all of these variations are completely acceptable for the house pet. The style decided upon is decided by the pet parent. This popular style is easy to maintain. It is short, but not too short. The length can be adjusted to suit your taste. A good brushing every 4 to 5 days will suffice. Most commonly, a 3 or 4 blade is used on the trunk of the body. The legs are scissored and blended into the body. Bathing should be done weekly, but can also be done every 2 weeks if necessary. Gus just saw me walk by with his buddy, which has him thinking his people are here or his buddy has left him. And now he's barking. Poor Gus. Poor Gus. This is Cherry. Say hi, Cherry. She's Cherry on top of the whole day. See if I can get this balanced better. She's a cherry on top of the whole day. Yes, he is. Hello, Cherry. Over here. Good puppy. That's a good girl. Yes, that's a good girl. Yes. Yes, she's a good girl. I should probably change my mic soon. Ugh, I don't have time right now. If my sound goes, I'll figure it out. I'm too busy. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Easy. Good girl. Look, your brother settled down. I'm so proud of him. He was actually laying down in there, facing away from the door, like all chill. What a good boy. All right, we're going to go give her a bath, clean up this mess. Good. Good girl. Good. Good. That's good. Good puppy. Good girl. Good girl. That's very good girl. Sweet baby. Yes, you are. Good girl. It's a good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good puppy. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good puppy. Good puppy. See? You're fine. Good girl. Good puppy. Good puppy. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl, Cherry. Aw, it's okay. It's a good girl, Cherry. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl, Cherry. Good baby. Good. Yeah, it's a good girl. So as you noticed, her barking and lunging was not an aggression issue. It was an evasion technique that she uses to get out of something. When I called her bluff on it and left my hand there, she's like, oh, you're not scared? Like, seriously? That never happened before. Isn't that right, Cherry? Silly girl. Yeah, Miss Suzanne didn't believe you, did she? No. She says, well, I could have bit you if I wanted to. I just didn't want to. Turn. It's that Yorkie in you, isn't it? Yeah. It is. Yes, it is. There's a Yorkie in you. Up, up, up. It's a good girl. You know, today's dogs were a really good example of a bunch of different dogs having a bunch of different things that they either don't like about the grooming process or things that bother them, whether it be noise or holding or, you know, learn techniques to get out of things. And each one had to come up with their own individualized plan. And that is the fun part of this to me. Figuring out what makes them tick and a workaround. I imagine for school teachers, it's the same sort of thing. You got your class, and each kid has their own learning pattern and behaviors that you've got to get your job done while individualizing things for the kids sometimes. I would also imagine for teachers, like groomers, when they have too many dogs and they're being rushed and forced to hurry, is the same thing as a teacher with probably 30 kids or 25 kids in their class. It would be impossible to give that individualized attention that you need to give in that setting. Which would seem to me to be frustrating, because you know you can do it and you know what's needed, but you can't. You're like, your hands are tied. I would imagine. I've never been in that position, so. But it would seem to me that that would be the case in some situations. Turn. Good girl. And you know, like say when she was barking at me to get me to stop doing her nails, when you have no reaction and your hands stay soft and you just matter-of-factly keep doing what you're doing, it actually calms the dog down by itself, because they realize it's not as big of a deal as they thought it was. They're like, oh, she's calm. Maybe I should be calm. Good girl. Almost done. Yippee-yi-yay. Yippee-yi-yay. Nobody cares, Cherry.
Turn, turn. Good girl. Now, that's a good girl. Yes, you're a good girl. Yes, you are. You're a very good girl. Are you proud of yourself? Huh? Are you proud of yourself for being so strong? Yeah? I'm proud of you. Yes, I am. All right, let's work on that head. Good girl. Wait. Listen to Gus. He's quiet. If your parents are watching right now, they must be so proud. Yeah, they're proud of their puppies. Next week I get 4 days off. I can't wait. Well, 3 if you count cooking on Thanksgiving. So I got a big turkey. I'm going to try slow roasting it overnight. Usually I just bake it like normal, but slow roasting is the way we're going this year. Wish us luck. I've never done it that way before. They say you should never try new things when you're having company. Oh well.
My dogs have sure been quiet today. With all the doorbells going on and off, they've hardly made a peep. Good. It's been a fun day. Fun day Sunday. That little dachshund this morning was such a cutie. The Shih Tzu puppy. Gus. Yesterday, Tony, the dachshund. Like, oh my gosh. That was over the top. I had to do one toenail, and I had them all done except one toenail, and he's like, nope. Actually, the whole foot. That last foot, but the last toenail was the worst. He's like, nope, you can do everything else, but you can't cut the toenails on that foot. Like, nope, nope, nope. That was ridiculous. I don't know what it looked like from your side, but it had to have been funny. I could just feel y'all laughing. You're all right. Good girl. And then the way he laid upside down in my arms like a baby when he was done. It's like, seriously, Tony. Tony's a perfect name for him. That's one cute little dog. Good girl.
See, we're all cute little dogs. Every single one of us.
All just in little individuals.
It's all right. It's just one little sticky thing. I could get out of there. There you go.
I don't want to hear it. I told them Gus and Cherry should be finished by 4. And we'll be done before 4. Yeah, today's been awesome. That's a good girl. All right, Miss Cherry, I'm going to go get your brother after I clean up my table. Bye, everybody. See you next time. There you go. Good girl. Ooh. I just saw one of my favorite customers that always makes homemade goodies is scheduled for the day before Thanksgiving. I'm going to take that whole tray of stuff home, put it on my Thanksgiving table. She makes and bakes the most amazing things. It's like I'm not even going to touch it. It's going to go straight home with me. I could use that. One of the things she makes that's so amazing are like these homemade ginger snap type cookies with a pumpkin dip. Like heavenly. Absolutely heavenly. The pumpkin dip tones down the taste of the ginger. Incredible. If she brings a plate of them, I'll show them to you. Oh, we got Rolo May coming this week. All kinds of fun puppers. Oh, you did not book an appointment, dude. He had something negative to say. I forget what it was. Who's he scheduled with? Can't be me, I'm booked. Oh well. Sorry. Go get my next dog. So the dude brings his dog in about once a year, once every 8 months to once a year. And she's been known to have fleas. And he's quite picky. And he had something negative to say. And I forget what it was, but I was really surprised when he did that. Because it's not the kind of once a year client who's pampering their pet, who's perfectly kept at home. No, it's not one of those. All right, Gus. Come on, big man. That's a good boy. All right. Slow down. Slow down. Hup. Yes, good boy. All right. Chill pill. So, here's the thing. If you have a dog that you have groomed and there's a favorite part about your dog that you don't want the groomer to touch, tell the groomer. So this pet parent was really good about this. they told me they love his ear fringe. Normally, us groomers will tighten all this up and make a nice tight ear on a dog like this. But they told me, no, I like this, so I know not to touch it. It's also a good idea to remind a groomer occasionally. Like, I'll remember on him, but it's a good idea, you know, to, even if we have notes, to remind us if there's something you really, really like on your dog. Because there's often times that it's a part of the body that normally would get trimmed. So with him, we just tidy up his feathers, round his feet, make sure the shedding hair is out, which it should be already, and he's good to go. Good boy. Because if you really like it and you don't realize it's something that normally gets trimmed, you're going to be very unhappy when you pick up your dog and see the favorite thing gone. You're all right. Good boy. Good boy. Turn. Good boy. You're fine. Turn, turn. Turn, 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 turn. Gus is a perfect name for him, isn't it? He looks like a Gus. Yes, you do. You look like a Gus. What are you talking about? Huh? What? You don't want me to touch that tail? You don't want me to touch that tail? Huh? Is that what you're talking about? He's like, don't touch the tail. Tail's mine. Yes, you sweet boy. He's a sweet, sweet boy. Pretty tail. My lady dog that I always talk about, she was this color and she had a big fluffy tail like that. That was my favorite part about her, was that big fluffy tail. And she was just a red and white mix like this. I'm very fond of these red and white dogs. Very fond of brown dogs and red and white dogs. And blue dogs. Yes, can't forget the blue dogs. I like the blue dogs. Yes, you do. I like the blue dogs. Yeah, you're a good boy. Oh, hello, buddy. Hello, buddy. He's a good boy. I know, I see you. All right, I gotta finish up here. I can't sit around and hug doggies all day. As much as I want to. No, I can't. I got works to do. Yeah. I got works to do. Stay. Stay right there. You are just fine. It's all right, Gus. It's all right, Gussie. Oh my goodness gracious. We're gonna need a giant bandana for you. Yes, we are. And I don't have one made. No, I don't. I gotta go make you a giant bandana. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
What am I thinking? I need to be doing something. Oh, yeah. You're fine. Turn. Turn, turn. Come on, you can do it. All right, Gussie. Stay. Don't get any ideas. You're not leaving. Are you happy now? You a happy doggy? Yes, he's a happy doggy. He's a happy doggy. All right, I'm gonna put him up and go make his bandana. Okay. Let's go this way. Get in. Good boy. Stay. Where is the brown? There it is. Alright, y'all don't get to see it on him, but here's his big pretty bandana with turkeys. And I'm going to text his people. Look at all that shedding hair. Alright, somebody just pulled up. It's probably them. So I'm going to go get their harnesses on. I'm going to put a video on for you. And I'll be back shortly with my dogs. Let's see here. Do this one. When choosing the best hairstyle for your Shih Tzu, there are many factors that you should consider. Whether you groom your Shih Tzu yourself or hire a professional groomer, you will need to decide which haircut is best. The most important consideration is time. The amount of time needed for the Shih Tzu coat depends greatly on the length of coat that you plan for your Shih Tzu to have. The longer the coat, the more time you will need to maintain it. Dogs who keep full top knots will need their hair done daily to keep the top knot from getting tangled. This is usually done with at least 3 sections so as to prevent the ponytail from falling forward into the eyes. It is very important to have a grooming surface to work on your Shih Tzu. A grooming table is best with a non-slip surface. A ponytail tool can be used to keep the ponytail lying flat without flipping into the pet's eyes. You can even create pigtails. There are so many cute looks when you keep a longer top knot. The tassel top ponytail is cute as well. It is put up with one band gathering the entire top knot. Then once it is up, it is trimmed into a fan so that it never falls forward into the eyes. Bangs can be trimmed for those who prefer not to be bothered with the daily maintenance requirements of a long top knot. An energetic family lifestyle provides more outdoor activities. A Shih Tzu in this environment may need a shorter trim. This popular style is easy to maintain. It is short, but not too short. The length can be adjusted to suit your taste. Most commonly, a 3 or 4 blade is used on the trunk of the body. The legs are scissored and blended into the body. And the face is rounded. The ears and tail can be left long or trimmed. The best tools to maintain the coat are a universal slicker and a medium fine-tooth comb. A good brushing every 4 to 5 days will suffice. Bathing should be done weekly, but also can be done every 2 weeks if needed. Busy professionals may choose a fun, fashionable style for their Shih Tzu that is easier to maintain than full coat. Each length of coat will require a different set of tools and routines to maintain the hair. This style is very pretty. The trunk of the body is typically trimmed with a snap-on comb such as a 1/2 inch or 3/4 inch. You can also use a 3-blade or a 5/8 HT. The legs are scissored full. The top knot, tail, and ears are typically kept long. The fuller coat requires daily brushing. The best tools to maintain this style are a universal slicker brush, a long pin slicker brush, and a medium wide tooth comb. You will also need a rat tail comb and bands for the top knot. Shih Tzus are amazing little dogs. Their personalities make them an endearing pet. They are incredibly intelligent, which has its pros and cons. The Shih Tzu will need a lifetime of grooming. Shorter styles will need a slicker brush, while the longest styles will require a pin brush. Top knot pillows are a must-have if you plan to keep a ponytail on your Shih Tzu. Keeping a Shih Tzu in full coat is a labor of love. People who choose to keep a full coat are very dedicated pet parents who protect their dog's coat with every ounce of their being. These coats are easiest for me to keep if I do a light brushing daily, along with tying up the top knot, and then a full bath, conditioning, blow dry, and complete comb through 5 days. Yes, you heard me right, every 5 days. The freestyle fusion trims are very fun. While they are easier to maintain than full coat, they still require daily maintenance. The chin hair is completely removed and trimmed. The characteristic oval mustache defines this style. The tools needed to maintain this style are a pin brush, a long pin slicker, a medium wide tooth comb, a rat tail comb, and bands for the top knot. These styles are trimmed very short on the entire trunk of the body, using a 4 or 5 blade, while the legs, top knot, and ears are very long. The grooming should begin at the breeders long before the dog goes to its forever home. The first bath time experiences can make or break the dog's attitude about grooming, especially when it comes to having its face washed and cleaned. I cannot stress enough that you must plan a way to never get water in this breed's nose. Finding the right setup for washing the Shih Tzu is crucial. Some choose to keep their Shih Tzu in a body contour style. Basically clip down all over with short round faces. While these styles are easy to maintain, the dog still needs to be brushed and washed regularly. Be sure to like this video, subscribe to my channel, and don't forget to tap the notification bell so that you don't miss my next video. So next up are my own dogs, Ammo, BB, and Gidget. We're going to go ahead and start by getting them into the tub. This is BB. Good girl. Good baby. Wait. Good girl. Here we go. Gotta have your teeth brushed. Good girl. Open wide. Gotta have fresh breath. Good girl. Good girl. All right, let's go get dry. Good girl. I did not realize that camera was so zoomed. I'm sorry. You probably didn't have a good view, but that's live streaming for you. I knew it was a good girl. Come here. Come here. I know. good. All right. BB is clean. Now it's time for... Who's next? Who's next? Let's disinfect these real quick. Gidget, my Yorkie, is going to have a birthday next week. She's going to be 16 years old. She's an old, old lady. Right, Gidget? Are you an old lady? Yes, you are. She's a very old lady. And she still is spunky and spry and mentally together as any dog you'll ever know. Isn't that right, Gidget? All right, come on. They're like, nope. All right, let's go to the tub. All right, baby. Come here. There's your good girls. Here's your good baby.
okay. That's a sweet baby. I know you're a good girl. Come here. Good girl. Good. Okay, I got you. I got you, baby. Let me see. I know, it's hard. Good girl. Good girl. You're okay. It's a good mama. Good. Good. All right. Let's go get you dry. Oh, I know. It's terrible.
That's a good girl. I just did their nails the other day, so they're fine on their nails today. I don't have to do that right now. Good puppy. There we go. All pretties. All right. Now it's Mr. Ammo's turn. Just put these in the disinfecting unit. This is a UV sterilizer. Kills bacteria and fungus. While I'm working on my dog Ammo, you might hear a cough. That is a chronic issue with him. It's not contagious. It just is what it is. Come on, kids. Get in. Good girl. Get in, Gidget. Get in. Good. Come here, bub. That's a good boy.
here. Go brush teeth. Ah, stop. You're fine. Stop it. Stop it. Good boy. Good. Let me see. Okay. Good Bowie.
what is carding? Carding, the technique, simply lifts out the undercoat. It leaves the hard, flat coat that's darker colored completely intact. So when you take the knife through the dog at a 45-degree angle, it only grabs the soft undercoat. Flat-coated dogs are dogs like the long-haired Dachshund, the Cocker Spaniel, the English Cocker Spaniel, the Springer Spaniel, all of your setters like the Irish Setter and the English Setter, to name a few. So mostly this technique is done on flat coats and certain terriers. So why is carding necessary? One thing is it helps you with shedding, which is a big issue. I mean, all this is shedding hair that would be all over your house and all over your clothes and in the drain every time you wash the dog. So keeping the shedding hair out of the coat saves all that shedding. It also makes the dog cooler. We are here in Florida, and if all that is under this coat, the dog is going to be hot. If you remove all that, then the dog is going to be much cooler. Another benefit of carding the coat is clearing out the follicles. If you keep all the excess coat from blocking the follicles, your dog's skin is going to be better. Your dog's going to be less itchy. The color's going to be prettier. The coat's going to lie flat and close to the skin. It's just a win-win, and it's so easy to do. Anybody can do it. So how often should you card your dog's coat? Well, I would, if I had a dog like this, I would be doing it weekly. And definitely every time the dog got bathed. So if you're doing this weekly, it's not going to take near as long as I'm doing right now. It would just be a quick one over, you know, probably take you 5 minutes, because it's not going, the dog's not going to have all this built up coat like you're seeing right now. It's just going to have a small amount. So can it hurt the dog's skin? Yes, it can, if you overdo it. And how do you know if you're overdoing it? Well, basically, if you're going through the dog's coat and it's like this, and only that much is coming out, you're done. Don't keep going over it. So if it just glides over the coat like this, you're done. You know, you might get a little bit of hair out, but don't keep doing it. If you're going through the coat and it's got a little drag to it, and you're getting hair like that out, then you're not finished. So basically, you keep going until hardly anything's coming out. So if you're getting this much, then yeah, you're not finished. Don't keep going back over an area that is finished. Move on to another area. And once you get the whole thighs, shoulders, top and neck, down the back, and a little bit down the sides done, you're good. I do not recommend doing this in the tub. While a lot of hair will come out in the tub, it's too easy to scrape skin. I don't recommend doing this when the dog is wet. I do a bulk of it before the bath, and then once the dog is dry, I'll check over them. And usually once the coat is dry and I've done it before the bath, there's nothing left, but I just really double check.
All right, mister. Come here. Good boys. It's okay.
guys, that's going to do it for today. I'll tell you who's on tomorrow, potentially, if everybody shows up. We're starting at 7 a.m. with Isabella, a Yorkie, followed by Callie, a Westie, Buddy, a Bichon, Eloise, a B-Row Terrier, Ziggy Boo, a Pomeranian Yorkie mix, Louie, the senior Chinese Crested, Levi and Bandit, the Coton de Tuileries, and Milo, the miniature poodle. That's what we've got scheduled for Monday, November 24th on Thanksgiving week. All right, thank you for watching. Be sure to like this video, subscribe to my channel, and don't forget to hit the notification bell so that you don't miss my next live stream. See you next time, guys.